this, but AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. God, I played the wrong song. That was hilarious. We are all discombobulated over here. Shout out to me starting a stream with some craziness. So y'all ready? Happy, what day is it? Is Wednesday? It's Wednesday. Oh my God, it's Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Hope y'all are having a great hump day. I think over here we call this Wet Wednesday too. So it might get a little slippery in the chat. How are y'all doing? Are you ready to get into the debauchery of this case? How is it going so far? I don't even want to know. No spoilers. Don't tell me. I'm pretty sure some shenanigans are going down. I saw all types of cops on the stand. But yeah, we've been working hard in the production mode, guys. So we have a little bit of a delayed start, just getting our videos out into the feed this morning. Let me know what y'all are drinking. I'm starting the day with the sparkling water because it's the afternoon, but I've got my sparkling water. You guys know I love it. Let us jump on in to the trial. Tons of TiVo time, so we'll be able to skip right through lunch. It's gonna be fantastic. Let me come to y'all. Get this all set up. Come to y'all in the chat. Boom, there's a feed. Looks like they got started right around here.
Thank you for the treat, whoever gave you this. All right, so I see that overnight and this morning there's been a little bit of back and forth about who's on the witness list and who's not. I don't know. Mr. Brown, have they left you to figure all this out?
I haven't figured it myself.
Okay. So, I mean, I think, well, so do you know whether any of these people have ever been on any witness list?
See which one of these is. Good morning, Your Honor. 88 Brown. 1 second. Good morning, Your Honor. 88 Brown for the state. My apologies. To my knowledge and recollection, Judge, those witnesses were once on the witness list, but in accordance with the goals in mind of efficiency, they were removed. But now, given the fact that there's no ability to come to a mutual agreement, they've been returned to where they once were so that we can, do what we need to do on our end.
Okay. I mean, frankly, I think it's kind of a shame that the sides can't reach stipulation on really simple things. So it's a little bit maybe disingenuous to be complaining about how long the state's taking and then saying, oh, these people aren't on a list.
Shots fired.
If the reason they were removed from a list is because the court encouraged the state to narrow its list to only the necessary people, and something like, a chain of custody that everybody would be able to admit is going to be able to be established, has to be established instead of having it stipulated to. I mean, that's why, as I understand it from Ms. Love, these people got put back on. And then similarly, something like whose apartment is this, which is, if it's going to be established, requiring 3 witnesses to come in and say it, because the defense won't stipulate to it, it's, at least Ms. Love has said that's the reason all these people are now on the list. So
I don't know if, I can't find in our database. So I just want to know where they are and then we can cross-reference it. I don't have these people on the witness list. I'm not saying that there were over 800 people and there's been, I don't know, 6 witness lists. So I just want, if I can find them, then I can target over to see what they say. But I can't find certain people. There were first 15, then we found 5. So they may all be on there, but if they're not on there, then I don't have anything in discovery because we cross-referenced everybody.
Well, Judge, they are in discovery. They do appear in discovery, and to my knowledge and belief, and I can confirm that information for the court, which list they were on. Given that I'm a one-man show right now, if I can send word
Brown
to
was
the
by
office
himself?
and get further details for the court, I can do that.
I can't believe Love left.
well, it's not for the court that you're
well,
doing it. It's
yes.
for the
Wow.
defense. And frankly,
We're already starting off discombobulated. Look at this. Poor Mr. Brown is sitting at the prosecution table all alone, all by himself, after Love got reprimanded at the end of the day yesterday for not having these witnesses ready and lined up and ready to go. So she sent this man by himself to explain why some of the witnesses are on the list or not on the list, or why they got moved and why the defense can't agree, all types of shenanigans. And we're literally 4 minutes in. Let's keep going.
I think a couple of these emails, Mr. Steele, was your first email this morning or was there some discussion of this last night?
They're both this morning, Your Honor.
Okay. So
The second one, the more recent one, is really the only one that matters because then it's
Yeah.
highlighted who is found. So there's 10 missing from
So-
my perspective.
I mean, Miss Love's included on these emails, so she should be aware.
Love is a mess. This case is a mess. It's all a mess.
Is your first witness of the day on? Who's your first?
Oh,
Who are
sure.
we calling?
Yes, Your Honor. The first witness that is here is Officer Butler, Vincent Butler, immediately followed by Officer Gary Baker. And the other witnesses are either in transit or, given that I'm in here, I can't be sure, but I'm sure they should be here.
Where is
momentarily.
Butler?
Butler is in the back waiting to be called.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, on this list of, okay, all right, I see.
Yes.
So is that generally the email that Miss Love sent at 7:10 last night? Is that
Yes.
generally the order that y'all intend to call these people?
Barring any exceptional
Okay.
circumstances, Your Honor, or the need to go in a different way.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so Butler and Baker are both acknowledged to be on a witness list. And then is that crime scene tech next?
Yeah, no, Your Honor, there will be a witness between, I believe, 2 witnesses in between the crime scene tech. That would be Sanders Pitts, or Pitt, however it shows on your end, Pitt Sanders. There was a name change.
Okay. And who after that?
And just 1 second, Your Honor, I'm pulling that up for you. Sure.
Hilton strolls in late. Hello to those across
It would
the
be
pond.
Officer Tregot, the crime scene tech, excuse me,
Okay,
followed by Lieutenant Leduc.
okay. And all of those people, it's not disputed. No, it is disputed as to Officer Leduc, but I guess the first 4, there's no issue about. So we can at least get started.
Yes.
And then let's, as soon as we can, get the information about which dated list, I guess,
Chris Kringle has entered the chat.
the others are on that are included in the 7:30 email from Mr. Steele.
Simone powering up her computer there.
Y'all could just point out which list it is that those people are on.
Sure thing.
But we can get started with the first 4 people at least. And is, you say one of them's already out there on deck?
That is correct. Your Honor.
Okay, and is the jury ready? All right, is there anything else we need to deal with before we get the jury in? All right, let's get started.
Finally. At least they got themselves together.
You can go ahead and bring them in. Do you want to have your witness making their way in, please?
The squeak has shifted to Mr. Brown. What's up, Seagates?
That's fine. They can just stand next to the stand. Yeah, come on up. The jury's on their way in, and then an officer will swear you.
All right, another police officer that has been on the hunt, on the beat for RICO. We will see what comes out of this one. I still can't believe they had Brown answering for Love's crimes to this judge. Look at Doug today. I like this outfit. Looking dapper.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Brown, I guess you're going to handle this witness, so if oh, yeah, thank you.
Vincent Butler.
Lord, just a little bit so it's directly in front of your mouth, so the court reporter can pick up what you're saying. There we go. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. Are you employed?
Yes.
Where are
I'm
you?
sorry. Can you say your name again? Because I didn't get that.
Vincent Butler.
Thank you.
Okay. And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a police sergeant.
How long have you been working in the capacity as a law enforcement officer?
November will be 12 years.
And how long have you been a police sergeant?
For 2 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities, Sergeant Butler, in that capacity as a sergeant?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Response Unit, and we handle any mass gatherings in the city, which would include protests, as well as the academy site that we're having built.
Oh my God, they do a terrible job with managing events in Atlanta. Sorry, sidebar. But I think it was back in like March. Yeah, I went to a Celtics, shout out to us. I went to a Celtics Hawks game, and yes, I wore my Celtics jersey, and everybody wanted to murder me. But hey, we won, so it's all good, right? Anyway, he's talking about managing events. The traffic in downtown Atlanta, whenever anything is happening at that stadium, is crazy. I think it's the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, but they do a terrible job. I even went to a Mike Epps show there once, same thing. Like, traffic was unbearable. And it was so funny to the point where Mike Epps was on stage and he's like, the show halfway over, all of y'all were late because nobody could get into the damn stadium. It was hilarious. Anyway, that just sparked that memory. They do a terrible job at, event management.
And what was your role or rank prior to becoming a sergeant with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was an officer.
And did you share similar responsibilities in that role, or were they different from what you do now?
They were different.
Could you please explain for the jury what your duties and responsibilities were in your prior rank as just a regular police officer?
My duties were to respond to 911 calls in the downtown Zone 5 area.
And have you, excuse me, have you been post-certified the entire time that you have been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
I am now directing your attention to the date of, well, let me ask you a few more questions. Sergeant Butler, do you work any additional jobs outside of your work with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
What else do you do?
I'm a courtesy officer at my apartment complex.
And how did you obtain that job?
It was available through the apartment. They have certain apartment complexes across the city that offer that to Atlanta police officers.
And what is the name of the apartment complex where you serve as a courtesy officer?
Columbia Crest Apartments.
And in your capacity as a courtesy officer, what is it that your duties and responsibilities are for that particular assignment?
Respond to courtesy complaints, calls that are generated by the residents at the apartment complex.
And what is the address of the apartment complex that you serve as a courtesy officer?
1903 Drew Drive, Atlanta, Georgia.
How long have you worked in that capacity with that extra job?
Since 2014.
Okay, this is probably about a drive-by. I recognize that address.
And that address that you provided, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what county it is situated in?
In Fulton County.
I want to turn your attention, Sergeant Butler, to the date of Tuesday, April the 28th, 2015. Do you recall if you worked your job at the Atlanta Police Department on that day?
Yes.
What was your watch or tour of duty for that day?
It was morning watch, which is overnight.
Okay. What are the hours that typically accompany someone who, what hours does a person who is on morning watch work?
Usually 10 at night to 6 in the morning or 11 at night to 7 in the morning.
And were those the hours that were typical of someone on morning watch in, say, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Or do you recall around about what time you got off on that day of April 28th, 2015?
It would have been around 6 a.m. in the morning.
And what, if anything, do you recall after getting off of work on April the 28th, Tuesday, April the 28th, 2015?
Upon arriving home, I observed an Atlanta police officer parked on Drew Drive, and it seemed to be that there was an incident that happened at the location.
And what gave you belief that there was an incident that had occurred in that area?
The officer was out his patrol car with his cruise lights running, and I could see one of members from our maintenance team at the property outside with him as well.
And at that time, how were you dressed?
I was in a full Atlanta police uniform.
Are you?
Yeah, the smacking is that's a little hard to hear. And anywho, a few of you guys are asking some questions. The sick man is technically, yes, still in jail. However, when I popped into the Law and Crime feed, I believe that they're going to give us an update on that shortly. So you'll hear about it in a second. This is the first witness of a day. He is a police officer, and it sounds like he might have been on duty the day of one of the drive-by shootings. So this is the first witness up. Mr. Brown is asking him questions because Miss Love, believe it or not, is not there yet. So let's keep going. That is your morning update.
Assigned a patrol vehicle or any type of cruiser as you described?
At that time, I was not.
And the officer that you said you saw walking about in the vicinity of the apartment complex, did you know that individual?
Yes, I did.
Who do you know him or her to be?
He's a Zone 1 officer, and he was also in my academy class.
What's his name?
His name is Officer Hill.
You know his first name?
I can't recall his first name.
Can y'all do me a favor and hit the like button? Thank you to those that did.
Is it fair to say that you've had enough contact to recognize him?
Yes,
And no, okay. And is it also fair to say that he knows of you as well?
yes.
And when you saw Officer Hill walking about the premises of the apartment complex where you serve as the courtesy officer, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked him, why was he at the location, and he gave me a rundown on the reason why.
And what was the weather conditions like that day? Was it sunny or was it dark?
The sun was coming up, but it was still pretty much dark that morning.
Was Officer Hill the only person, let me rephrase that. Was Officer Hill the only law enforcement officer present on the scene at that time?
That I can remember, yes.
And did you come to learn in the course of that investigation of that incident what the purpose of him being present was?
I did.
What was that?
There were multiple shots fired at that location.
Did you happen to see any signs that shots had been fired in that location?
Yes, in 1903 on Drew Drive, there were several shell casings that were riddled across the street.
And in your capacity as a courtesy officer, were you at that time required to respond to that incident, even though there were other law enforcement officers present?
Yes, just to get information to pass over to our leasing manager.
And what information did you pass over to, information, if any, did you pass over to law enforcement present?
I gave the Officer Hill the name of the occupant of one of the apartments that maintenance let him in so he could do a welfare check on the occupants in that apartment.
Do you recall after this time the name that you gave?
I don't recall the name I gave.
And how were you able to locate that name at that time if you then knew for Officer Hill to continue his investigation?
I was able to locate the name of the person who was on the lease for that particular apartment from a rent roll list given to me by the property manager.
And what is a rent roll list, if you will?
It's a list that details each leasee and what apartment they live in at the location.
Is that something you still get to this day?
I don't currently get it with our new management that we have, no.
Why was it something that you had at that time?
Because it was what management was handing me out periodically at that time.
And after providing the information to Officer Hill from the rent roll sheet, was he at all able to make contact with the occupant or tenant of that particular apartment?
I'm unsure. He was given the name and the apartment number, and he would have further searched and tried to make communication with that tenant.
About how long was your involvement at this crime scene where you described law enforcement was already present?
Very brief, I would say 5, maybe 10 minutes.
During the time that you were there, did the tenant, during the duration of the time that you were there aiding in the investigation, did the tenant who occupied the apartment that was struck by the bullet defects, did she ever show up?
No.
Did, after you left the premises, did you have any further, did you attempt to contact the occupant of that particular unit?
I did not.
Do you know if management made any contact with the occupant of that unit after that?
I know they made attempts, but I don't know if they made contact.
Do you know if there were multiple persons or only a single person that lived in that unit based on your rent roll sheet that you had at that time?
There was only one occupant on the lease.
At that, excuse me, at that time, specifically being April 28th, 2015, were you assigned a body worn camera at that time?
No, the department did not have body worn cameras at the time.
Were you required in either your capacity as a courtesy officer with the Crestview apartment complex or as an Atlanta Police Department officer to do any further work in this particular matter?
No.
And on that morning that you saw law enforcement out there, was there any other apartment units that, to your knowledge, that were affected by the gunfire that took place?
Yes, there was the second caller about the incident.
Did you provide any information or assistance with respect to that caller?
I spoke with Officer Hill about what happened and what time she heard the rounds being fired.
Is it fair to say that is about all that you got at that point all that you gave in terms of conversation with that second caller?
Correct.
Just a brief indulgence. Earlier, you testified that you didn't recall the name of the tenant in that premises. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I were to show you a report from that incident, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Now approaching you with, take a moment to look at that. When your memory's been so refreshed, please just look up at me without saying, reading something, please.
Yes, sir.
Ryan, your instructions last time was to not do that.
Did you identify what it is? So that they know.
Sure, yes, sir. If I may approach. Just 1 second.
Max is like, what a rookie. He's like, give me the damn paper.
They just didn't know what you were handing them.
All right, well, we got TiVo time, plenty of it.
Refresh, you may look back up at it. All right. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
And can you recall the name of the person that was the occupant of the premises that you gave to Officer Hill at that time?
Yes.
What was her name?
Kiana Troutman.
Just a few more questions, Sergeant. Do you know a Philip Collins?
I don't.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right. Do any defense
Wow,
counsel
that
have
was
questions
quick.
for this witness? Yes, Your Honor. Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You worked with APD back in 2015 and you still work with APD now, is that true?
Yes.
You were a courtesy officer at this location.
Yes.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today to give some testimony about the information that you have or remember from 2015, is that right?
Yes.
You responded or you came to that location in the early morning of April 28th, 2015, true?
Yes.
You did not have anything to do with the investigation of what had happened that night, isn't that right?
No.
All right. Officer Hill, someone you went to the academy with, was present when you got there.
Yes.
And you were made aware that there had been apparently some sort of shooting at the location. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a while ago about the resident of one of those apartments that suffered some bullet defects. You remember that question?
Yes.
You were unable to remember on your own who lived in that apartment, true?
Prior to seeing the report, true,
Right, well, the report you were showing wasn't your report, right?
correct.
You didn't write a report that night, did you?
No,
Okay, so it's not that your memory was refreshed. You essentially just saw a name that was written in someone else's report, and that's how you're able to say, well, that's the person who lived in that apartment. Isn't that true?
no, it was the name given based off the rent roll list that I gave to Officer Hill.
Right, but you have no independent recollection of that
Thank you,
other than
Sean.
being shown officer or another report with that name in it. Isn't that right?
Could you rephrase your question?
Sure. As you sat here on the stand and you were asked who lived in the apartment, you have no independent recall as to who lived in the apartment. True?
True,
All right. You were shown a report that is not your report, but that has the name in it, and that's how you're able to tell the jury what name was given on that morning. True?
true,
Okay. You were asked by the state whether or not you know the name of Philip, somebody or the other, and you don't know anything about that person, do you?
I do not.
All right. You don't know anything about the whereabouts of anyone who lived in the apartment by the name that you mentioned a little bit earlier, Kiana, something or the other. Right? You don't know anything about that person.
I do know based off the rent roll that she was on the lease during 2015 when the incident occurred.
Right. You know from the rent roll that person stayed in that apartment, correct?
Yes,
And if I heard you correctly, the extent of your involvement in this case was about 5 to 10 minutes there at the scene, talking to Officer Hill, talking to someone else who had made a phone call. Is that right?
yes,
All right. You had no further involvement in the case,
correct,
never called to testify,
correct,
never called to identify anyone,
correct.
just called in here this morning and shown that report from someone else. True?
I saw the report yesterday, but yes.
All right. Sergeant Butler, thank you. That's all I've got.
Any other questions for the defense? Any redirect?
Still no love in the
Any
first
redirect?
witness. Oh, there she is.
All right.
There she
Thank you
is.
so much for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state now calls to the stand Officer.
Another police officer. I mean, that was nice because it just went by so quick, you know? If she were to do that direct and cross, we would have been here for 3 days. Yeah, she is, Mike.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth that God?
Yes.
Can you take a seat? State your first and last name with the spelling of both names.
Gary Baker. Spelling of Gary is Gary. Baker is Baker. Good morning. Are you employed? Yes. And where are you employed? With the City of Atlanta Police Department. And how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department? Since August 29th, 2013. And in what capacity are you employed? As a police officer. And what rank do you hold with the Atlanta Police Department? Police officer. And in what zone did you start working, start your employment with the Atlanta Police Department? Zone 3. And were you given a particular watch when you started your employment with the Atlanta Police Department? Yes, I was. What watch were you given? Initially, I started on morning watch. And what hours consist of the morning watch that you on? The morning watch hours are typically in zone 3 from anywhere between 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. Were you assigned a particular beat when you started with the Atlanta Police Department? When I first started, I didn't have a particular beat. I was what we call a roustabout. They give you a beat to work when you come in that night, and that's your assigned area for the night. All right. Do you recall, and I want to direct your attention to the date of Thursday, May the 7th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes, I do.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you remember about working that day?
During that day, it was a normal shift. I received a 911 call in the area
Yee!
of 151 Cleveland Avenue in reference to a male.
Shay, oh my gosh, guys, real quick, huge shout out to Legally Shay who dropped a $200 super chat. Shay, wow. And last night we were premiering the Diddy video, which was just a clip from yesterday's stream. She gave out 50 memberships. Shay is dropping them legal dollars on y'all. If y'all could do me a huge favor and type Legally Shay in the chat, an attorney herself. Thank you so much. She says, hey, Familia, I launched my YouTube channel, Legally Shay. Finally, I'm nervous, but I'm so excited to add YouTube to the YouTube legal community and provide deep dive analysis on legal cases. AVN team, thank you so much for your hard work and amazing insights. I had a leg injury and you saved me. And she's putting up the DR and Puerto Rican flags. Thank you so much, Shay. That is a lot, right? To have an injury, but you know what? I'm really happy for you. Congratulations on your YouTube journey. You know, we all support each other over here. So, you know, this is an extremely generous way to share that, you know, you're starting your YouTube journey and we're incredibly proud of you. So thank you so much. And really, really appreciate you starting the stream off with a stream sponsorship. We're about 30 minutes in. So thank you so much, Shay. I hope you're recovering well. And congratulations on your YouTube journey. Thank you guys so much for spamming Shay in the chat. Super, super generous. Thank you, Shay.
Brandishing what was described as a machine gun. Responded to the call. Arrived on scene at the call.
Okay. Excuse me. What county is that address of 151 Cleveland Avenue situated?
Fulton County.
And do you know what is located at that address? A residence, a commercial building?
It's a gas station.
Yes. And that was in 2015. Do you still know that location to be consisting of, to be a gas station?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same gas station that it once was in 2015?
They typically change hands. They'll go from a Exxon to a BP to a Chevron. So.
All right. Around what time were you dispatched to the 151 Cleveland Avenue location on that day?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. If I showed you, did you prepare a report for anything related to this case?
Yes, I did.
If I were to show you a copy of that report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Just to brief you know what you know. Not showing the defense. Okay. All right. I'm approaching the witness, having them shown that it's not needed. Take a moment to refresh your recollection with that. And once you have had an opportunity to do so, look back up at me and don't brief me.
The attorney doing this direct examination is Mr. Brown, Attorney Brown. We don't really hear him speak that often. He's usually sitting at the table that's located directly behind this one.
Has your memory been refreshed, Officer Baker?
Yes.
Okay. Around what time were you dispatched to that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Approximately 2 a.m.
And what zone is Cleveland, the address that I just mentioned, situated?
At that time, it was situated in Zone 3.
Is it changed?
No, still
Okay.
Zone 3.
All right. All right. You indicated that dispatch informed you that there was a person with a machine gun. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard the terminology of machine gun, what kind of firearm did you have in mind at that time while you were being dispatched?
At the time, that would be something described as maybe a rifle or a weapon that fires in rapid succession. Maybe carrying a large amount of rounds, capacity of a large amount of rounds, something to that effect.
Did dispatch provide you with an identity of the caller?
They described a
They gave a description of a person, and they also gave a description of a vehicle as well. Well, that's not my question, but I'll ask you something about that. Did they provide you a description of the caller? No, they didn't. They didn't. I believe it was an anonymous caller or unknown caller. Did, now, speaking to what you just stated on direct, did you have a description of the individual that was said to be holding the machine gun style firearm that you were told? Yes, they did give, I remember they did give us a description, but I do not remember what the description was. Would looking at your report help refresh that? Possibly. All right, you can please do so, and then when you had your memory refresh, look back at it. Okay, has your memory been refreshed? Yes. All right. What was the description that you were given? Well, the description I was given was of a vehicle occupied by a male and a female, and there was a male inside the male with the female operating the vehicle, and the male had gone in and out of the store. Okay. And did you in fact arrive at the location to which you were said to go to at that time? Yes, I did. And upon your arrival at that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, what, if anything, did you see at that time? When I arrived on scene, there was a male coming out of the store. He walked out of the store and got into the vehicle that was described to me in the call remarks. Let's unpack some of what you just said. Do you recall which side of the vehicle he got into? I believe he got into the passenger side of the vehicle. And where was the female person that was accompanying him that you mentioned earlier? I believe she was in the driver's side of the vehicle. What description for the vehicle were you given? I was a black Chevrolet Impala, I believe. Were you given a license plate or tag number for it? Yes, I was. What were the tags that you were given, to your recollection? I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's in my report. Go ahead and take a moment to refresh your memory on your report. Okay, excuse me. What was the tag of the vehicle that you were given? The license plate was PXL 8880. I'm sorry, could you say that phonetically because I couldn't hear? Paul X-ray Lincoln 8880. Okay. Was it a Georgia tag? Yes, I believe so. Were you assigned a body cam at that time? No. And is it, why not? They had not been issued to us at that time. At least in my career, I hadn't been issued a body camera. At that time? At that time, yeah, correct. And did you arrive to that location alone, or were you accompanied? I was accompanied by another officer. They sent another backup officer just in case. And when you say a backup officer just in case, why would dispatch send a backup officer just in case? Typically, when there's a call involving a person with a firearm, an armed person, they want to send a second or maybe even a third officer, just because, just for our safety and the public safety in general. It's kind of believed by us that if you have more than one officer, maybe two or three, then a less amount of force has to be used. And that way we can de-escalate situations better when there's more of us there. All right. So when you arrived to that location, what, if anything, did you do? Did you have your lights on? Not that I recall. Okay. Did you have your siren activated? Not that I recall. All Did you exit the vehicle?
When I arrived on scene, I exited the vehicle. I saw the mail that was described in the call remarks. I saw the vehicle that was described in the call remarks. I saw the mail come out of the store, immediately walked to the vehicle. At that time, I approached the vehicle, asked the male if he could step out. He stepped out. I asked the male if he had a gun. He said no. At that point, I could look into the back seat of the car and saw a gun laying on the back seat of the car.
Plain view.
From what I remember, I think the male immediately admitted that it was his gun. And at that point, we went ahead and detained him. And I believe the second officer there, I think he detained the female. And we just went from there.
Right. So I want to unpack a few things that you just said.
Sure.
All right. Earlier you said he initially said he didn't have it.
Correct.
But then what changed after you located that firearm?
Once I located the firearm, once I saw it, he immediately admitted, "Oh, that's my gun."
Was it in plain view, or was it something that you had to look a little more intently for?
It was in plain view.
Is this the type of firearm that you saw, well, the firearm that you saw that day, is it the type of firearm that you can hold with one hand, or that you must use two hands in order to discharge the ammunition?
In my belief, to use a weapon like that, you would need to use both hands.
Is this a weapon that is a single firearm, or is it one that shoots its ammunition in rapid succession?
Honestly, I don't know. With that weapon, I believe that weapon's able to be shot as quickly as you squeeze the trigger.
Are rifles generally firearms that are that discharge ammunition in rapid succession?
They can be.
When you observed the firearm on the back seat, what caused you to seize it?
It was described in the call remarks as that type of weapon. Typically, when people call the police, they may not know exactly, they may not be gunsmiths necessarily or know exactly specifications of a gun, but they'll describe it as best they can. It's a weapon that someone would describe as a machine gun or something of that sort.
Is it unlawful to have a firearm?
No.
So why would you seize that firearm?
From what I can remember, and from what I can remember, it appeared to be a weapon that was illegally modified.
And when you say illegally modified, what is it that you mean by that?
Those weapons can be shortened, may not have a stock, or have a stock and not supposed to have a stock.
Are you saying stock?
Stock.
Stock.
STOCK, stock. It's like the back part of the weapon, like a brace almost.
And did this weapon have a stock?
To be honest, I don't remember. I do remember that we made the charge on the individual because the weapon appeared to be legally modified, and the warrant was signed by the judge, and the charge was made at that night. So.
And when that weapon was seized, well, let me back up. You said that when you saw that firearm, that the persons within the vehicle were detained. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Why did you detain him?
He was the person described in the call remarks, so he was detained for our investigation, and he was also arrested because of weed possession of the vehicle as well.
Okay, all right. When you detain someone, what does that look like in an ordinary stop for an officer?
Most times they're placed in handcuffs. Try to make it clear that they're detained and they're aware that they're detained. They're not going to jail necessarily right now. They just can't leave.
And in this instance were the occupants of that vehicle detained by handcuffs or by some other means?
From what I remember, I believe they were placed in handcuffs.
Were they ordered out of the vehicle?
I believe they were asked to step out of the vehicle and they complied and placed them in handcuffs for the detention.
And about how long did that detention last?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Were you able at any point to obtain names or identities for the persons that were detained at that time?
I believe I'm sure we detained I'm sorry, obtained the name of the detainee, the male detainee.
And what name did you obtain?
I believe it was Quindarius Zachary.
And were you given a name for the female occupant of the vehicle?
Ooh, little D.
I don't remember. Don't recall.
Would that be contained within your report?
Possibly.
Okay, would you take a moment to refresh?
Sure.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay, what do you remember at this point?
I believe the female detainee was named Summer.
Okay. Did you get a last name for it?
No, I did not.
Was she taken into custody, full custody after being detained?
I don't believe so.
And why not?
I believe she was released. She didn't have any, there weren't any appropriate charges for her to be placed on.
Do you know to whom that vehicle belonged?
I don't know.
Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. I was just thinking about you this morning, Little Gaming Channel. Shout out to you. He's in the chats. He says, I'm so behind finishing up yesterday's stream. Thorpe is a lying, incompetent detective, shredding and disappearing notes. Why on God's green earth would you shred your notes? After an arrest, I shred my notes. What the F? Listen, Little Gaming Channel. It's good to see you. I literally thought about you this morning. I was like, where's he been? I haven't seen him in a few days. I was thinking about a lot of y'all. I'm like, where did everybody go? But I think it's because I started the stream a little bit later. And so most people are probably in other places, other streams, that sort of thing. But it's good to see you, Little Gaming Channel. And I'm happy to hear from you. But yeah, that was crazy with the notes. And we'll see. I'm sure we got more shenanigans today. But you'll catch up with us soon. Thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel. And guys, I know I have other super chats to read, and I'm gonna read them. But usually when there's the big ones, I will stop the show for those. And then during our breaks, we will be reading all of them. So if I didn't get to yours, that's what's going on. But thank you so much, TLGC. Super generous of you.
Okay. When you arrived to the location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, did you observe the occupants of the vehicle doing anything?
When I first arrived, the male got into the vehicle. I do remember we noticed each other. We looked at each other. He got into the vehicle and he started to kind of shuffle around the vehicle. Him and the female that were inside the vehicle. So there was a little bit of movement inside the car.
Okay. Now, when you say you looked at each other, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his demeanor was?
From what I remember, he came out of the store, took a quick glance at me, and he hurried into the vehicle.
Did he appear nervous?
He appeared in a rush. I could say that.
And in your training and experience, what do you understand quick movements before you make a stop to signify?
Well, in some cases, when people see the police, they may shuffle around a little bit, or maybe try to conceal something in the car, or make furtive movements to kind of put something away, or tuck something, or hide something. So it's not always the case, but you're aware of it going into situations.
Were there any other people in the area while this investigation and detention was taking place?
I don't remember.
Did you get specifications for what the type of firearm it was, the brand or the make?
I believe it was a Bushmaster Carbon 15 .223 caliber.
And when you say 223 caliber, what do you mean?
It's just the caliber of round that the weapon shoots.
And is it fair to say that when you say round, you're talking about ammunition?
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that the firearm appeared to be shortened. In your training and experience, what does the shortening of a firearm allow for a person to do with it?
To be honest, I'm not sure, but I know it's in state of Georgia code, it's illegal.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
And with respect to the length of that firearm, did you later come to tell or learn the specifications of that firearm?
It appeared to be approximately, the barrel itself appeared to be about seven inches, I believe. I'd need to look at the report again to remember something like
Take a
that.
moment and
Okay.
look back up.
Is she coaching from her notebook again?
Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, you can answer the question.
So the barrel length was approximately 7 inches, and the entire weapon was approximately 20 inches in length.
Was the firearm loaded?
Yes, it was.
All right, was there anything in the chamber?
There was a round ready to fire in the chamber, yes.
Was there any magazines or clips connected to it?
Yeah, there was a double feed magazine attached to it.
Are you familiar with the terminology banana clip?
Yes.
And when
Not
you
the
hear that
banana
terminology,
clip.
Is that formal usage for a magazine or street language?
It's just informal lingo.
And if you were to hear the term banana clip, what would you understand that to be?
I would understand it to be a longer magazine in the shape of a banana that is typically like attached to a weapon or a rifle, something like a rifle. Yeah.
And were the magazines that were connected to this particular firearm in the form or shape of a banana, as you stated?
From what I remember, I think so.
And you stated that it was a double magazine. What do you mean by that?
It's a double feed. It's just a type of magazine. So I think both the rounds kind of appear at the top of the magazine, kind of like this.
Does that increase the capacity that can be fed into that magazine? To the firearm, excuse me?
No, only one round could go in at a time. I just believe it increases the capacity of the magazine so you can hold more rounds.
Do you know about how much, how many live rounds can be held in a magazine?
No.
Is it normal for a rifle of this type or any type to have double magazine, as you described?
A double feed
A
magazine?
double feed, excuse me.
It's not abnormal. It's not abnormal.
Earlier, you stated that the firearm was the assault style rifle was found on the back seat. Was it on a particular side of the vehicle?
I believe it was on the passenger side of the car.
And is that the side that Mr. Quindary Zachary was located?
From what I remember, yes.
Did you ever conduct a complete search of the vehicle after observing the modified firearm?
Honestly, don't remember.
Earlier, you stated that there was marijuana found inside the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was located inside the vehicle?
I do not remember.
Do you think you may have included that in your report?
I can check. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
sure. Okay.
Right.
Has
And a
your
little
memory
long-winded
been
here.
refreshed?
Yes.
All right. You may answer the question.
There was marijuana found inside the vehicle on the driver's seat side.
And did Mr. Zachary also take possession of the claimed possession of that?
Sustained.
What if anything was done with the marijuana after it was located?
I believe it was turned into property as evidence.
What about the firearm?
I believe that the firearm was also submitted to the Atlanta City Property Annex as evidence.
How much marijuana was found?
I believe it was 0.3 grams of marijuana.
Did you charge Mr. Zachary with marijuana?
From what I remember, yes.
Earlier you stated that you got the identity of the female passenger. Does the name Summer Good ring a bell for you?
To be honest, not really, no.
Y'all are like 0.3.
Just a few more questions for you. Were any photos taken of this particular crime scene?
Not that I remember.
And was there any reason in your mind at that time to notify the gang unit?
Not that I remember. No, not that I remember.
Right. Do you know if the gang unit ever got the file for this particular arrest?
I do not know.
Did Lieutenant Detective Gaither get your file from this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Our marijuana smokers are outraged right
Do you
now.
know Darius Zachary before this arrest took place on this particular day?
Not to my recollection.
Did you know Summer Good?
No.
Do you know if there was a relationship between Darius Zachary and Summer?
No.
Do you remember what Quindarius Zachary looked like at that time?
No, I don't.
Was he tall or short?
I honestly don't remember.
Would you remember his face if you were to see him again?
Possibly.
Would you recognize the firearm that was seized that evening if you were to see it again?
Possibly, maybe. It was a long time ago.
What do, with respect to the incident number associated with this case, do you know what that incident number is?
Off the top of my head?
Yes,
Don't know
what is
the
the
case.
incident number associated?
You want me to read it off of the?
After you refresh your recollection?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, what is it?
151270278.
Are you familiar with the Julian date?
In terms of what exactly?
Incident numbers.
127. Yeah, it's
Yes.
the middle number.
How are the police incident numbers structured?
So the first two numbers of the year, the middle three numbers are the day of the year, and the last four numbers are the report or the incident number itself
And
from that day. Sorry about
okay,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The last four numbers are the incident number from that day, from that 24-hour period.
So the last four pertain to the amount of calls that come in. Is that fair? to say?
Correct. Yeah.
Do officers typically supplement reports if new information comes about at a later time?
Yes.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. Are you aware if Detective Lakia Gaither did any additional supplements to your report from this incident?
I would not have been made aware.
Is it typical for the officer to be made aware that supplements have been made to a report they may have made for a separate incident?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And if there was, if there were a supplement made to a report by another officer, say you in this instance, would that supplement reflect the same incident number as the one that you received for the arrest that you made?
There would be
Hold on, y'all. This is actually a funny super chat. Shout out to the Little Gaming channel. He said, AV, was I dreaming or were you on YouTube late night in a wife beater talking about Diddy? It was an overwhelming news day and I was dreaming about Diddy being arrested. No video evidence anywhere. Yeah, guys. So listen, Monday night is when Diddy got arrested. I had streamed that day. I was in the middle of editing that day. And then when the news broke, I jumped on at like 10:30 at night. I was tired as hell. But yes, Little Gaming channel, you're not dreaming. Definitely we went live, but we took the stream down because we're going to cut that up into smaller clips. So that's why the stream is not up anymore. But yeah, that was hilarious. I wasn't a wife beater, guys. Like I was in a tank top, like just, it was late at night, makeup melting off, all types of shenanigans. That was, it was a fun stream. I had my first, guess what? I had my first Cape Verdean stream sponsor. I was like, oh my God, my people watch me. It was amazing. It was amazing, but really, really cool stuff. So you're not bugging Little Gaming channel. Thank you so much. And Little Gaming channel joins Legally Shay as a co-sponsor. Thank you so much, Little Gaming channel.
there might be
Let me rephrase the question.
go ahead.
If a supplement was made to a report by another officer to a report that you made, would that supplemental report contain the same digits as yours?
Yes, it will.
Would there be an extension of digits to that report to indicate it as a supplement?
Typically, yes.
I am now going to approach the witness with, but first show it to the defense. A copy of State's Exhibit 2000, Julian. Juliet. Now approaching the witness. Now approaching you with what has been identified as State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet. When you had a chance to look at that exhibit and pass over with your eyes a good little while, look back up at me and I'll ask you a few more questions. Do you recognize Stacy?
And also real quick, I know you guys are all, you're wondering where TLA is. He took some time off from YouTube for a little bit. He's been telling us that for weeks. I don't know how y'all don't know this. He's been mentioning that he's going to take some time off. So I've been holding it down. We have fun over here. And I've got some of his sounds. It's kind of lead-esque like. And, you know, from time to time, he'll pop into the chat. So we'll see him really soon. But he will be back with us shortly. Let's go back in.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit 2000, Juliet.
No.
All right. I am now going to approach the witness in the state's exhibits, 2001 Juliet Juliet and 2002 Juliet Juliet. And when you've had a moment to look at states 2001 Juliet Juliet and states exhibit 2002 Juliet Juliet, please look back up at me and I'll ask you a few additional questions. All right. Excuse me. In states exhibits 2001 and 2002 Juliet Juliet, do those look like the firearm that you recovered on the day that you arrested Mr. Quindarius Zach?
Possibly.
All right. And do those images reflect the specifications that you said those that firearm had at that time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at this time, does it appear that any changes have been made to those firearms from the time that you recovered it from the backseat of the vehicle that you approached on that day?
No.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit states exhibits 2001 and 2002 into evidence. 2001, 2002 Juliet Juliet into evidence at this time.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Okay. Right. Officer Baker, did that thereabout conclude your involvement with this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state has no further questions. Please.
All right, do any defense
Ooh,
counsel have questions?
the squeak has shifted. That one was rough, but Max is coming up to bat. Let's see what Max has for this witness for questions.
Officer Baker, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. As I understand it, you approached a car and there were two occupants of that car.
Yes.
A woman who we know her name is Summer is in the driver's seat. And then Quindarius Zachary eventually opened the passenger door and was in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called about a firearm, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a firearm,
Correct.
okay? You see a firearm in the back seat. You ask Quindarius Zachary if it's his firearm.
Correct.
He initially denies it.
Correct.
He lied.
Correct.
And eventually he says, that is my firearm. He claimed the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary is not in this courtroom today, is he?
No, Lil D.
Honestly, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. This firearm was a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm, correct?
I believe so.
If you need to, I believe so. I want a certain answer. So
Right.
if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, I'd ask you to do so.
Sure, no, it's the same as the report, yeah. So
Okay.
the reason I responded that way is just because it was so long ago, and we didn't have body cameras, so I'm going off of pure memory from what I can.
Okay,
remember.
but assuming your report is correct,
Correct.
it would be a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And the serial number of that firearm is D03525, correct?
I do not know. It may be in the report. Can I check?
Yes. If is that reflected in your report?
I'm not sure if it's here. I don't have it up here anymore.
What's Max up to? Y'all know he be cooking. As he's doing that, I'm checking out Twitter. Apparently, there was a protest at the courthouse today.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury the serial number of that firearm?
It would be D as in David, 03525.
Now, you eventually seized this firearm from Quindarius Zachary, correct?
Correct.
And do you know what, are you a ballistics expert?
No,
Okay. Do you know what NIBIN is?
I'm aware of the HCS.
Okay, and that's a database that can compare a gun to shell casings on other shooting scenes or other crime
Correct.
scenes, correct?
Mhm.
All right. Do you have anything to do with running the guns you seized through NIBIN?
No,
Okay, do you have anything to do with testing the guns that you seize as an officer for ballistics?
no.
Okay. This gun that you collected off of Quindarius Zachary, what did you do with that gun?
It was turned into the Atlanta Public Safety Annex as evidence.
And all of this happened on May 7th of 2015, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, any other defense questions?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
All right,
Look at that.
nope, okay.
Two
All right, is there any redirect
witnesses.
For this witness, go ahead.
You were asked a couple of questions on the cross by Mr. Sharp. I just want to ask some follow-up about. You were asked if you are a ballistics expert. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does not being a ballistics expert prevent you, or did it prevent you from being able to identify that firearm as an illegally modified assault rifle?
No.
Did you run any searches on that firearm using the serial number that you identified?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you have any, what results, if any, did you have with that search?
I don't believe it came back as stolen or anything like that.
I'm approaching you with what has been pre-marked, the State's Exhibit 2003, Juliet. I want you to answer this discrete question. Do you recognize what this is without saying what it is?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
This is a City of Atlanta Police Department arrest citation.
And what investigator issued it? Who?
Any response?
Your Honor, I would say this is not hearsay, given the fact that it is.
Brown trying to tell him. He's using his
part
big
of
boy
the
voice.
Investigation as it relates to law enforcement's overall duty. I don't want to say too much out of state, Judge.
Okay, sustained. Unless it's his report. Or his arrest citation.
I will ask a follow-up question. Does this particular exhibit bear your APD incident number for the arrest that you made?
Your Honor, that's hearsay as well.
That's not, Your Honor, that's not hearsay. No, it's not stated.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Can I compare the number to the report
You may.
number? Okay.
All right. Does it bear the same number as the incident report number for your particular arrest?
Yes, it does.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right,
All
look
right,
at
any
that.
Recross. Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next.
Two witnesses in one day. Look at this trial moving along.
The state called supervisor to go to stand.
All right, the boys are leading. No Hilton or Love today. Shout out to White Boy Atkins. Let's see how Atkins does.
Remember, you're supposed to have them standing there waiting, ready to go.
Oh,
I'm really kind of serious about that.
Yes, Your Honor. He was in the well right there. Come on up to the.
maybe Love is learning her lessons.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you have the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. State your first and last name for the court's monitoring.
My name is Christopher Traugott. That's CHRISTOPHER TRAUGOTT. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's see what this witness got.
All right.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I am currently working for the Cobb County Police Department as a crime scene supervisor.
How long have you been crime scene supervisor for Cobb County Police Department?
Oh,
I just
please don't
celebrated my
breathe
1
like
year with
that.
being with the county.
Is he gonna breathe in the mic this whole
Before working
time?
in Cobb County,
Woo!
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
I can't listen to
What
that.
all did you do?
He needs to move the
when
mic.
you or what were you doing when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
When I left the Atlanta Police Department, I was a supervisor for the crime scene unit there.
How long were you a supervisor of the crime scene unit at APD?
I want to say 7 years.
And before that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start working as a crime scene technician for the Atlanta Police Department?
I started working as a crime scene technician in January of 2013.
And when were you hired by APD?
I was hired by APD the previous year as a recruit, but it didn't. Being a police officer didn't really work for me, so I went over to crime scene.
Can you briefly describe what your current duties entail with Cobb County?
My current duties entail managing the crime scene unit for the county. The police department manages all major calls like homicides, rapes, robberies of that nature, crimes against persons.
Do you still
Damn it.
respond on scene to cases?
Yes, I am still active in responding.
Shout out to the person that warned
Now,
about the R
I
word.
wanted to turn your attention to January 13th of 2015. Did you have an opportunity to respond to an 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that date, how can you kind of orient the jury? How far into your time as a crime scene technician were you?
I would have been 2 years into being a crime scene technician on that date.
What did you respond to? Why were you called to that scene?
So I was initially called to that scene called in as a shots fired call. And what that means is a firearm has been discharged, but no one has been hit or otherwise injured.
Do you recall around what time you arrived?
It was early in the morning. I'd have to reference my report to give you an exact arrival time.
Would referencing your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'm asking to approach the witness with his report.
Okay.
Once your memory is refreshed, before you answer, just let me know.
All right.
And I'll leave that up there in case we need it. But what time did you respond?
I got the call at 8:02 in the morning. It would have been right when I arrived at work, and I arrived there at 9:40 a.m.
Were you day shift back in that time frame?
That is correct. On that day, I was working the day shift.
And when you got there, was this a house, an apartment, a business? What was 878 Oakland Drive?
This was a residential home.
What did you see when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer on scene. I believe it was Officer Campbell who was on the scene. And I just saw a house. It wasn't until I stopped to inspect the scene that I saw anything else. But I initially arrived on scene, I saw a house with green trash cans in front of it.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 1 Delta 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 through 31 Delta Delta Delta.
Oh my God, I might have to take one of my headphones out. I can't.
If any defense counsel wants to see.
Let's see if we can skip ahead.
Review these photos.
And on Delta, 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 those copies before you.
Yes, sir. I have a chance to review these photos.
And what are those?
These are photographs from the crime scene that I took.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photos from January 13th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence states exhibits 1 through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta.
All right, admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing states exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, Delta. Now, you had mentioned when you got there was that house with the green trash cans. Is that what's depicted in 1, Delta, Delta, Delta?
Yes, sir.
And that's the 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, I believe there should be a photo with the address in here as well.
Publishing 2, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is this the roadway that the street and the surrounding area from where you responded to?
Yes, it is.
And I wanted to ask you, what was the Atlanta Police Department case number associated with this crime scene you responded to?
It would have been early in the year, so it would have been 15013, and the last 4 numbers would have been.
Do you need to refresh your report?
Yes, would have been 0459.
0459? So in total, can you say that one time?
150130459.
Thank you. Publishing 3, Delta, Delta, Delta. Can you describe for the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
So the previous photo we saw was of the roadway, and this is another photograph of that same roadway where I have marked using yellow evidence markers all of the points of evidence. In this case, I believe was shell casings.
So what do each of those placards represent?
Each of those placards would represent the location of a shell casing.
How many shell casings were on scene of this crime scene that you processed?
I believe there were 66 shell casings that I recovered.
Okay.
And at the time that
Chat, y'all are brilliant. I love when y'all let me know when something is happening. Atlanta News First is live, and they're talking about Quindarius Zachary right now. So I might actually just pop in on that. Wait. Hang on. Let me see. Let me listen to the sound real quick. It looks like they're organizing a press conference. They're organizing a press conference. Let's go over there real quick. Let's check this out. What's happening? So they're it's happening right now.
This, I'm gonna give you the introduction on Sheriff Smith in regard to just give you some facts, circumstances, what we've got. We've got a press packet for everybody in regard to this set of circumstances that you can take in regard to that, and plus we'll give you our contact information if there's any additional that you need concerning. Sheriff Smith will start the conference off in regard to this case investigation, and then we'll move forward from there, and then we'll pass it off. He'll pass it off to the next speakers, and we'll go from that direction there. All right, Sheriff Smith.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Let me start off by saying we have reached this point today to address the most senseless, the most heinous, the most aggravated crime that could be committed against one of our citizens in our community. Now, let me bring you up to provide you with a little history as to what got us here.
I don't know what this is, guys.
Back on March 19th.
This seems like a different case.
2023, a little bit before midnight, Meriwether County deputies responded to the home of Kim Harvey Pollard.
That's
Which
weird.
is located at 110 Tuskegee Lane.
That's not about
Manchester, Georgia.
YSL, which is
Our
weird.
response was
Okay.
in relation to.
All right, because his voice is giving me a headache. All right. Weird. I think Atlanta News First is having an issue because it says ailing YSL witness moved to Grady as Young Thug trial continues. That's what the title of this video says. And they are streaming the trial. So I think that they are just having a problem. I don't know what else to say to y'all. Like that is strange. How do you have a YSL feed and then all of a sudden, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going.
You, in your career, turning back to January 13th, 2015, was that number of shell casings low, average, or high for you as a crime scene technician at that time?
At this point in my career, this was the most number of shell casings I had collected at a single scene.
And are the shell casings on this scene, are they concentrated or not concentrated at a specific area or location?
As you can clearly see, it looks to be two concentrations. One, is this a touch screen? Can I highlight?
It's unfortunately not a.
Oh, okay. Can you see the mouse?
Don't have like a laser pointer or anything yet.
Okay, as you can see, there's a concentration, looks like it's in front of the green trash cans, and there's another concentration over here, further up to closer to where I'm standing from taking this photograph.
And is there any shell casings do any of the placards represent more than one shell casing?
Yes, to my recollection, placard 21 has two shell casings. I placarded them together because they were physically touching.
They were that close to one another?
Yes.
Publishing 4 Delta Delta Delta. Now, what is depicted in 4 Delta Delta Delta?
That is placard number 1, which is representing a shell casing. In this case, it is a rifle round. Rifle shell casing? Rifle shell casing, ma'am.
And your placards went from 1 to 65?
That is correct.
Publishing States Exhibits 5 Delta Delta Delta. Can you describe for the jury, one, what's depicted in 5 Delta Delta Delta?
This is what is known as a mid-range photograph. What this is not an overall photograph, it's closer. It's depicting evidence, but it's also depicting the evidence in relationship to where everything else is around it. So we're not seeing close-ups of individual evidence. We're seeing the evidence as they are in relationship to each other.
How many crime scene photographs did you take overall of the scene?
I'll have to reference for it.
You may.
286.
And do you take individual photographs of each placard?
Correct.
And I'm going to publish 6 Delta Delta Delta. Is this the next mid-range photograph that you were just describing?
Yes, sir.
And is this from placards 7 through 18?
Yes, they are.
All of which are shell casings?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 7 Delta Delta Delta. Is this another mid-range photograph?
Yes, sir.
And all of these thus far, what part of the location have they been in?
They've all been in the street, in front of the house.
Publishing States Exhibit 8 Delta Delta Delta. Describe for the jury where these shell casings are.
This would be the driveway.
Publishing 9 Delta Delta Delta. Is this another mid-range photograph of additional shell casings?
This is more of an overall photograph, but yes, it is a mid-range in the sense that you're showing the evidence 30 and 31 in relationship to where they are with the rest of the crime scene.
Publishing 10 Delta Delta Delta. Can you describe for the jury what we're seeing here?
This is an overall shot of evidence placards that were, like I said, in front of the green trash cans in front of the house. It's just sort of an overall showing the whole layout of the scene.
And with these mid-range photographs, do you go through them in chronological order of the placard numbers?
I attempt to, unless there's some other circumstance in which I can't, but yes.
Publishing 11 Delta Delta Delta. Is this another mid-size photograph?
Yes, this is a mid-range photo.
Going up to placard number 52. What's the last placard you see?
The last plaque I see clearly is 52. Yes.
Publishing States Exhibits 12 Delta Delta Delta.
And this is what we call overlapping shots. The top of the last shot is in the bottom of this next shot, so we can overlap the various scenes. So there's no missing sections. So this will go up to 59 then.
Publishing 13 Delta Delta Delta.
Objection, Your Honor. Are we going to go over all of these photographs?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, there was initially 276 photographs. There's now 1 through 31 Delta Delta Delta.
Can I overrule the
Okay,
objection? He's
thank
moving very quickly through.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you see different type of shell casings on this scene?
Yes, sir.
And were, in general, or what type of shell casings were there, if you know?
Predominantly, there were mostly rifle caliber shell casings. There were several handgun caliber shell casings as well, but the predominant were rifle caliber.
I'm going to publish 14 Delta Delta Delta. And I want to also ask you, when you got to the scene, was anyone in that house?
No, not to this. Like I said, this was a shots fired. This is a scene where firearms were discharged, but no one was hurt or injured. And I believe Officer Campbell and scene told me no one was home at the time of the shooting or the firearm being discharged.
Publishing 16 Delta Delta Delta. Excuse me, 15. Now, once you took photographs of the shell casings, what was the next part of the crime scene that you went through?
Documenting damage to the residents and the property.
In crime scene technician speak, what do you classify damage as?
Defects from projectiles is how I would classify it.
And did you see any defects in 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes.
Now, can you identify for the jury any defects you see in 15 Delta Delta Delta?
If you, can I stand up?
You may, you may.
And move the mic.
Thank you.
Oh, thank God, we have a
Thank
break
you,
from
Your Honor.
that.
And y'all can move if you need to see.
So if you look right here, this is a defect in the house inside. This is also a defect in the house on the side. This is, I would have taken close-up shots of the defects, but this is sort of a mid-range overall shot.
Publishing 16, and if you don't mind, remain standing for me. Thank you. 16 Delta Delta Delta. Can you show the jury if you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, if you look right here, I don't know how well you can see it, but there is clearly a defect right here in this window. There's clearly a defect right here by the side of the door. There's another defect up in this window, and right here, you can see one right here, the one the window. Those are the only ones I see in this shot.
Publishing 17 Delta Delta. Oh.
I saw one more. It's just as it's right here as well.
And are these going, is there any order to when you are photographing, say, the outside of a home? Are you going left to right, right to left?
In this case, I would have been going left to right. You know, if I'm facing, I take my photos the same way you would read a book. So from your perspective, it's going left to right. So.
Publishing 17 Delta Delta Delta. Is there any defects in this photograph?
Yep. So there's the defect here in this window, defect here in this window, defects up here and here and here above the window, defects here, here between these two shutters. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 defects in this window right here from this.
Publishing 18 Delta Delta Delta.
This would have been an overall shot where I've now gone to the entire other side of the house. As you can see, we're seeing defects all along here. I believe there's even some right here in the gutter. And one right here in the edge of the window frame right here.
Publishing 19 Delta Delta Delta.
This is that same window that I was just pointing out where you can see the one in the window frame. Here's the 1, 2, 3. Here's the 2 in between the shutters that you saw previously. This will be more of the mid-range shot that I was talking about earlier on, taking closer and closer photos of the defects.
Publishing 20 Delta Delta Delta, is there any defects you see in this photograph?
Yes, as you can see, there's starting right here underneath the window. We're going down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now these might not be defects. These might just be construction, boxes, because this is where the utility line is. So they may have taken something on and off the box here, but these over here are the defects. You can tell by the irregular shaping pattern.
Publishing 21 Delta Delta Delta, do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, sir. Two very clear ones right here.
Publishing 22 Delta Delta Delta,
This is over near the door. You can see very clearly the defect right there, as well as the defects that were over here that were part of this first window.
now, once you take photographs of the outside of the home, do you proceed to go inside and take photographs?
I believe in this case, we did go inside to take photographs. It's not always the case if we don't have access to the home for whatever reason, but I think in this case, we did have access to the home.
Publishing 23 Delta Delta Delta,
So this would have had a close overall shot, but this would have been damage to the television screen inside the house.
and just to orient the jury, is this television screen, where is that in general in relation to the front of the house?
I believe if you are, excuse me, your perspective, if you are walking in the door, I believe the television screen would have been right here, perpendicular. If I remember correctly.
Publishing 24 Delta Delta Delta, do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, as you can see, this wall would have been perpendicular to the shots, so the defects would become more elongated as they hit it at a steeper angle. So over here, you can see where the defects have started hitting the wall more straight on as a 90-degree angle. You can also see the damage to the clock face here with defects where rounds were hitting.
Publishing 25 Delta Delta Delta,
This would have been where it went through this door frame right here and come out and left a large exit in this hole right here.
publishing 26 Delta Delta Delta, if you see any defects.
This is that elongated round that I was telling you about. When a bullet hits something at a 90-degree angle, it leaves a very round hole. When it hits it at a much steeper angle, it leaves a much more elongated pattern of defects.
Publishing 27 Delta Delta Delta,
This would have been the window that is on the front of the house, and we are seeing it from the interior side.
publishing 28 Delta Delta Delta. Is there any defects that you see?
Yes, sir. Right here in the fridge, you can see where the rounds have come through the wall and they've hit the refrigerator right here and right here.
Publishing 29 Delta Delta Delta,
As you can see, the stove glass has been shattered, leaving all of the damage here.
Sorry, leaving.
Leaving all of this glass damage here.
publishing 30 Delta Delta Delta,
These would have been more defects. 1, 2, 3, 4.
and publishing 31 Delta Delta Delta.
This is just pieces of wall and other things that have been blown out after the bullets have been hit. So this is the debris that comes from a round coming through an object and leaving holes.
Now, after you, thank you, you may take a seat.
Your Honor, here's your-
Thank you.
And Your Honor, may we keep that pointer?
Oh,
I'll keep it and then I'll make it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. After you walked through and documented the shell casings, the outside of the home and the inside, did you do anything with anything physically present on that scene?
The only thing I would have done on the scene after all of my documentation would be to collect the shell casings on the scene and take them with me back to the lab.
What is your process in general for collecting shell casings?
Shell casings are packaged individually, usually in small coin envelopes. They're about that big. They are written, the marker number and the time they are collected on the outside of the envelope, as well as any pertinent case information. Then they are all packaged together into a larger bag and sent, when I get back to the office, I will send them usually to the crime lab.
So you transport them from the scene back So somewhere in Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it would have been the public safety annex.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
And then after you transport the evidence, what do you do with the photographs that you took?
The photographs are I'm not sure if this is how it is because I've been with Atlanta for a while. But at the time, you would burn your photographs onto CD discs, place them into an envelope, and then send them to our photo lab division, who would then verify that your photo descriptions match the photographs that you have on the CD discs.
And after you finish processing the scene, do you capture what steps you took in any kind of documentation?
My report.
After you finish your report for this January 13, 2015 crime scene, did you have any other involvement with this case?
Not to my recollection.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
I'm gonna have to skip. I can't eat and listen to this.
Number as the Atlanta Police Department case number.
It should.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no questions.
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
All right. Anybody else?
Thank God. That breathing is crazy.
Okay. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Do y'all need a bathroom break? Are we gonna? All right, let's take a quick restroom break. Have your next witness ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Shout out to TiVo time. So they took their bathroom break. They come back right around here. And this is where we're going to get the news on Quindarius Zachary. I believe it's right around this time.
Do we have news developments?
Judge, just for the record, no. They wanted yesterday to go ahead and meet with my client in the office. I went over there, they went over there, and they listened to what the doctor had to say. He has pneumonia, he won't be released maybe until the 19th. I spoke with him, the DA investigator left. I spoke with him. He takes 2 oxycontin, 10 milligrams each every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay.
And he has to take that. He's in a situation that he gets put under a stressful situation, he'll have a crash. It'll be a crisis situation, he'll be back over there. I spoke to him, straight in my place. He said he made a statement 10 years ago. He said, I don't remember what happened yesterday sometimes. So he's in a bad situation. They have a statement. If they want to get the statement in, that's fine, but he's not going to take the stand respectfully.
Well, he is if I tell him to.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's not going to take the stand and have a clear head. He has to take this medication. And the doctor even made a comment when I asked him, about his mental ability to understand what's going on if he's taking this medication. He said, no, he would have problems. So I would ask you allow me to prepare an order, allow him to go home. His grandmother died yesterday or day before. He wants to go to the funeral. We will give you, he can wear a GPS monitor. He is not going anywhere. He's extremely sick.
Ms. Love.
Reasons that are apparent, we had someone there, and I was appreciative of Mr. Scheib going with us. But what the doctors said is that that medication would not affect his ability to recall, to think clearly. And in fact, he could have been released as early as today. And they said that they would keep him no later than the 19th. The touch of pneumonia is not what is keeping him. It is his reported pain level that he has given them that they are keeping him to monitor. So based on the information that we have, And Your Honor, is this something that the court wants filmed?
Doesn't matter to me. Yeah.
Okay. Based on the information that we have, I don't believe that a conversation regarding where he goes from the hospital beyond here is necessary, because once he is released, we would like him to be brought right here to put up his testimony before there's anything else that interferes with his appearance and compliance with the subpoena he's been served.
All right.
Just one more thing. I asked the district attorney yesterday, she gave me a copy of the material witness form. She said she would.
And I
We
will.
go ahead and allowed us to speak to the doctor with the DA. I asked her for that this morning. She doesn't have it. So I think I'm entitled to that because I think there's some problems with it, but the only way I could address it is to you. She's not giving it to me. She said she would.
And Your Honor, I don't mind providing a copy of that to Mr. Scheib. The issue, and that's a wholly separate issue from the matter of what's going on right now. And I believe that part of what is happening is related to what Mr. Scheib and I conversed about 2 days ago that I will not broadcast to the world. But I believe that we need to handle his client's compliance with this subpoena and his appearance in court. And we'll give him whatever he needs. He hasn't told me what he believes is a problem with it.
Well, I guess he hadn't seen it yet. Ms. Percival, we have a copy, don't we? We can give you a copy right now.
Judge, what I'm asking is just release him, let him go back.
I understand that's what you're asking, but I'm not going to do that. I already have given the okay that as long as, and it sounds like the doctors aren't saying that he's not able to testify. So if he's going to come from the hospital upon release to here to testify, that's what's, that may be the best way to handle it. And then he'll be finished and then he can.
That's fine, just as long as the court understands, if he's made to come here and put in a crisis situation, he could die. I mean, his situation is bad. And I
All
understand.
right. Well, I understand that that's what he is representing to you, but he also might potentially have reasons to want to make it seem as dire as possible. And I would think that we'd be able to trust the doctors with regard to, did Ms. Love, and maybe this is something to approach about, but do you have, I understand that you said that the doctor said the medications he's taking shouldn't have any impact on his ability to think clearly or recall. Did y'all at all discuss anything about, is he in some kind of a condition where any amount of stress is gonna make him fall out and die?
Well, that's
I would
not-
actually-
I'm asking Ms. Lev, hang on just a second.
Actually, our investigator and another chief ADA went down there, and the indication that he gave was that it would not harm him, because I believe that Mr. Scheib broached the question of the impact it could have on him. And the
Okay.
doctor indicated that it would not have an adverse impact on him. But to be certain, I would rather that particular ADA or the investigator that overheard that conversation relay it more accurately as we can. But that is my understanding of what they
All right,
said.
and we can certainly have medical, people on standby.
Okay, well, I was there and listened to the doctor. That's wrong what she's saying. He said it would have an impact. He takes 2 oxycontin. He said it would have an impact on him.
They want him to testify on Oxy?
Fine.
All right, why don't we, before the lunch break, hear from
That's,
whomever that was
that's
the
not
other
bad.
party to that?
Wow, they want to bring.
If you want to come get a copy of the material witness warrant,
Judge could also.
do you want a copy of the affidavit as well?
If he's brought over here, I can't stay at the hospital. I can't stay here 24/7. But if he's brought over here, will I be notified? So
I
I can be with
would
him?
certainly expect that you would be notified as soon as the state knows anything about it.
Okay, the state's gonna notify me?
we would not, yes, we would not have him. I'm not going to deal with him, Zachary, without Mr. Scheid.
So yes, that's a yes, right?
That is a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Wow. So let's talk
Okay, yeah, we
about
know-
that for a moment, because what we just saw was a matter of little D. You know, over the weekend, he was arrested at the hospital as he was getting treatment for ongoing sickle cell. And in addition, he had pneumonia. So they locked him up. He spent the weekend in prison with pneumonia and sickle cell. So eventually they released him to the hospital so he can get treatment for this care, right? And yesterday this came up in court. And basically they were like, hey, what's the status? What is his status? Do we have an update? They want little D on Oxy to sit on the stand. And you know what they decided to do to compel his testimony, because he is under subpoena and there was a warrant for his arrest. Miss Love sent people from the DA's office with little D's attorney to speak to the doctors and see what the doctors say. Do the doctors think it's advisable for him to sit on the stand? And if Love does a direct examination, you know it's going to take 3 days. Is that harmful to a patient's health? His attorney was saying that the doctor said that it could be. When he's on Oxy, it takes, you know, the medication, he has to take it every 6 hours, right? But in addition, is he going to be able to function in a cognitive way that is going to be clear and concise with his answers? And they don't care. Miss Love and team want him there. And the judge even said something that was a little questionable. She's just like, well, you know, can we verify that he's not going to fall out and something happens to him? Is he just exaggerating because he does not want to take the stand? Is he exaggerating about his condition? Shout out to Nurse Janice and Nurse O. There's a few nurses that participate in our chats all the time. A few of you guys have been leaving comments, you know, with experiences with sickle cell. Somebody sent me an email this morning about a family member that has sickle cell. It is a very difficult condition to deal with. But now, not only are we making people testify against their will, we are now putting witnesses with pneumonia on the stand. Not a good look for the state. Can't believe we just watched that. Let the debauchery continue.
Next witness ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else before we?
Your Honor, could the honorable court also share with us, or Ms. Percival, with the court's consent, the material witness warrant and the affidavit in support thereof? I don't find any reason we should not be served with that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Love was hiding paperwork from Little D's lawyer. And Brian's like, hold on, can we get a copy of that too? Like, he kept asking Miss Love for it, and she was not providing it, to the point where the judge was like, oh, we have a copy. I'll print it out right now. Because that supersedes what Love is doing.
She'll email it to everybody. Beyond that, we ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
What'd you say?
Unbelievable. I'm still deeply disturbed.
ADA before lunch?
Yeah, just when we break for lunch, that'll be great. Morning.
All right, skipping ahead, we're moving on to the next witness, who is another police officer. So this will be witness number 4. Wow. They're getting through it.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, state calls Lieutenant A. Leduc to the stand. Lieutenant A. Leduc, Leduc, to the stand.
I do. First name is Allison, Allison. Last name Leduc, Leduc.
And are you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes,
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
about 13 years.
And what is your current rank?
Lieutenant,
What unit do you serve as lieutenant over?
open records unit
And how long have you been a lieutenant with the open records unit?
since May. So a couple months, 4 months.
Okay. If you can briefly tell the jury about your service with the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, when I came out of the academy, I was an officer and I worked in Zone 3, which is southeast, a little bit of southwest Atlanta. I was on the street for about 4 years. I then worked in the burglary unit in Zone 3 in the same area. After that, I made investigator, worked in Zone 3, and then I moved to Special Victims Unit, worked there for about 1.5 years, made sergeant, worked in Zone 2, which is the Buckhead area. While I was a sergeant, I also went back to Special Victims Unit for about 2 years, and then I made lieutenant December 2022, worked in Zone 2 again, and then I just got moved to Open Records Unit in May of this year.
Now, I want to focus your time as when you worked in the Zone 3 area, first as a patrol officer. As a patrol officer, did some of your job duties include responding to 911 calls,
Yes,
traffic enforcement,
yes,
writing police reports,
yes,
and doing directed patrols?
yes.
Is there anything else that you did while you were a patrol officer within Zone 3?
I also worked crime suppression unit as well, which is a proactive unit.
And I know you spent some time in Zone 3. How long were you first a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Until technically I made investigator 2017. So I was an officer up until 2017, but I worked the street until the end of 2015.
And from 2015 to 2017, what did you do?
Burglary and crime suppression unit.
Now, when you were a patrol officer in Zone 3, what shift did you work?
Evening watch.
And what was the evening watch time frame?
2 to 10 or 3 to 11 is the shift hours.
And did you work that shift the entire time you were a patrol officer with Zone 3?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, did you have a specific beat that you worked?
Initially, no, but I was assigned a beat probably about 1.5 years out in the zone. And that was 304's beat, which would be Zone 3 for the 3, and 4 is the beat area.
And how long did you work that 304 beat?
Probably about 2 years.
If you can briefly describe for the jury what areas encompassed in that 304 beat.
Yes. So you're looking at the southeast side, old Turner Field area, which is now GSU Stadium, goes down to University Avenue. So that area, Summerhill area, Haygood, Hank Aaron area.
You're on permission to approach? And I've given to defense counsel a PowerPoint that includes the next upcoming exhibit, Your Honor. So Leduc, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86GG.
Is she wearing a leather skirt?
86GG.
Yes.
Oh my
And how do you
God.
recognize 86GG?
That was the main area of 304's beat.
Hold the phone. Is Simone wearing a leather skirt in court? You know, I'm about to go to these people's closets and just fix them. What are you doing? Why? Maybe I'm wrong. Let's watch this play out. I hope that's not a leather
And is
skirt.
that a map containing that area of 304's beat?
Yes.
And does that fairly accurately depict 304 beat and possibly some other beats within Zone 3?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 86GG into evidence as a demonstrative. Permission to publish. Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may we borrow that stick again, please? Yeah. And permission for Lieutenant Leduc to step down.
She may.
Lieutenant Leduc, if you could just indicate with the stick that area that you said with the 304 beat when you were working the zone back in 2014, 2015.
Yes. So pretty much all encompassing up to the north side of Atlanta Avenue, down Hill Street, anything to the east side of Hill Street would be Zone 6, and part of this area down here would be 305 speed.
And I'm going to ask you about some other streets within the 304B. You talked about, I believe, did you say Hager?
Yes.
Atlanta Avenue, so that would be a part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And Van Ira, that's also part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And then Farrington, that's also part of 304.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Can't believe these outfits. I really can't.
Now, as a patrol officer within 304, or even when you did investigations in 304, were you aware of any gang activity in the 304 beat?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of gang activity in the 304 beat?
Just sharing throughout the department from our gangs investigators. If they ever came to roll calls, they would share information, but also just from interacting with citizens that lived in that area.
Okay. And was there any particular gang that operated in that 304 beat?
Yes, I recall ABG, Atlanta Blood Gang.
Were there any others?
In that area, specifically for 304, that's the only one that I recall occupying that space.
And are you familiar with a location at 12 Atlanta Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
It's a convenience store.
And was there any known gang activity that would occur around that particular location?
We would respond to criminal trespasses there. There would be a lot of people that would hang out around the store that would be affiliated with that gang.
You said would be affiliated with that gang? Okay. And was that during the duration of your time in Zone 3?
Yes.
Now, transition to your time in Zone 3 and responding to a call. As a responding officer to a call, specifically a shooting, what are your responsibilities when you arrive on the scene?
Arriving on scene, you're going to try to make the scene safe for yourself and anybody else that's there. Check for victims, make sure the scene is secure so that way you're preserving any evidence there. And walking through the crime scene, find out what evidence you have there, making sure you speak to any witnesses that are at the location as well.
Okay, and you said something about trying to make the scene safe. What does that mean?
Well, one, making sure there's no longer a threat at the scene, but securing the scene so that way you have your crime scene located in one area where nobody can cross into that area.
And how do you secure a crime scene?
You can set up crime tape, you can position patrol vehicles, have officers set up wherever the tape is or the vehicles are.
And as a patrol officer, do you sometimes serve as a lead investigator, for lack of a better term, when you respond to shootings?
Yes, sir. Primary officer.
And when you become the primary officer on the scene, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Speak to the victims, speak to witnesses. You will be also doing the report as well, directing the person that responds from our ID unit who does our crime scene processing, directing them as to where evidence is, what they need to process on scene.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And as a part of your preparation, have I asked you to look at what day of the week that was?
Yes.
And what day of the week was that?
Monday.
And when you responded, did you respond to a house, an apartment, or something else?
It was like a townhouse or a duplex. So there was an A and a B unit at that location.
And initially, which duplex letter or number did you respond to?
A.
And let me ask, do you recall it being a letter or a number?
I thought I recalled it being a letter.
Would you have written where you responded to in a police report?
Yes, I would have.
Would looking at a copy of your police report help refresh your memory?
Yeah, I would have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification purposes, and this is her police report as States Exhibit 87GG. And once your memory is this, that refreshes your memory, just look up and let me know without reading it.
So I will say apartment 1 in the narrative, A, and the initial address at the top.
Okay. But it was either apartment 1 or apartment A.
Yes.
All right. And again, would that have been a 304's beat?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was my beat. So I believe initially a supervisor was in the area and heard shots fired, and then we received multiple calls for shots fired as well as a person shot at the location.
And do you recall about what time you responded to the location?
I believe it was about 9:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, I know you just said that there was a sergeant who heard shots fired. Did other officers respond with you initially?
Yes.
Do you know about how many other officers responded with you?
I don't recall how many.
Once you arrived, tell the jury what you recall happening.
When we arrived to the scene, it was myself and other officers as well as a sergeant. Initially, a male answered the door, let us inside. So we were checking the house. When we went up the stairs, we found a male at the top of the stairs who advised he had been shot to his right calf. And there is a female as well that was located, she advised, in the bedroom upstairs, but closest to the front of the house, that had been shot in the right calf as well. They both advised that they had been laying in bed together. There was also 2 other females, I believe, that were located in a room in the rear upstairs of the house as well. We also located multiple shell casings in the street.
So we're going to go back over some of that just slightly. So when you opened the door, a male answered the door.
Yes.
Do you recall the name of that individual?
Can I check my report?
Well, looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes.
A Mr. Marcus Battle.
And without telling me his full date of birth, what year was he born?
89.
And when he opened the door, did he advise where he was in the house at the time of the shooting?
He advised he was located in a rear room at the top of the stairs.
Do you recall sitting here today, how many bedrooms were in that home?
I don't recall exactly how many.
Now, once you interact with Mr. Battle, what did you do next?
That was when we made contact with a Mr. Hunter Elston, who was at the top of the stairs.
And without giving me his full date of birth, what year was Mr. Elston born?
63.
And I think you said that you were able to speak with him.
Yes.
All right. And when you first saw him, he was shot.
Yeah, he advised he had been shot to the right calf.
Did you see any injury to him?
I most likely did. I don't recall exactly.
At this moment, do you remember in? Let me turn it off now.
Oh, it was the court reporter's phone. I thought it was somebody somebody watching. You know, the judge hates phones.
At It always happens like that. And let me ask you this, Ms. Leduc, before we finish, what is the incident number for this incident?
It is 150262672.
And again, this was on January 26th
Yes.
of 2015.
Yes.
All right. Once, at this point, do you recall, and when I say at this point today, do you remember anything about his demeanor, Mr. Elston, when you went to that house?
I don't recall.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston, what did you do next?
At that point, I believe we made contact with the female who advised that she had a gunshot wound to her right calf. And that was Miss Frida Reed.
And what was her date of birth?
1965.
And where was Ms. Reed when you first made contact with her?
I don't recall exactly where she was when I first made contact with her.
Was she in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Do you recall putting a report where you first interacted with her?
Not specifically says where I first interacted with her, but they both advised that they had been lying in bed in the front bedroom upstairs.
Now, you also said that you saw two other females in the home.
Yes.
What was their name and then year of birth?
Raven Davis, 1991, and Liberty Bennett, 2013.
So Liberty would have been about 2 years old.
About 2 years old, yeah.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston and did you speak with Raven?
I don't recall speaking to her specifically.
And you saw Ms. Bennett inside of the, no, excuse me, Ms. Reed inside of the home, correct? Free to read.
Yes, when I first made contact with her, would have been inside the home.
Okay. Once you spoke with Ms. Reed, what, if anything, happens next?
After speaking to her and getting statements, we most likely started processing the crime scene at that point, seeing where there was damages inside of the house, any shell casings, ensuring that they received medical attention as well, checking for any witnesses that might have seen, heard anything that had just occurred.
And you talked about getting medical services. Did Grady arrive on scene?
Yes, Grady and fire responded to the scene.
And was Mr. Elston and Ms. Reed transported to the hospital?
Yes, they were.
Now, you also said that you were able to speak with witnesses on the scene.
Yes.
How many witnesses did you speak with?
I spoke with a female who lived across the street from the location.
And what time did you arrive?
About 9:30.
And do you recall in minutes, approximately how long after you may have arrived on scene did you interact with this witness who lived across the street?
I don't recall the exact amount of time it would have taken to actually interact with her, but after speaking with the victims, going through crime scene and actually speaking to her, it could have been about 20, 25 minutes.
Let me ask, would a CAD report contain any information regarding any witnesses that you may have spoken to on the scene?
Possibly.
Possibly. Will looking at a copy of the CAD report from this incident maybe help you refresh your memory as to timing of when you may have spoken to her? You're on permission to approach? I'm going to show you what the marks for identification purposes as 88 GG. Just take a look at that CAD report. It helps refresh your memory as to any information with that witness in there to help ascertain what time you may have spoken to her.
I think it's a set. Because the side of the dress.
So between about 9:54 and about 10 p.m., I see the names and date of births of the victims and the witness information in here. So that could have been possibly when we were checking their information on the computer in the patrol vehicle at that time. So that would have put a time frame in about speaking to her, getting her information, sitting down in the car would have been about 20 to 30 minutes.
And you arrived at about 9:30.
Right.
Would you have gotten her information to run before or after you spoke to her?
Most likely talking to her, I would have gotten her name, date of birth, asked if she had identification. And then after speaking to her, I typically would have went back to my vehicle and ran her information on the computer.
And approximately what time did you run her information?
From this CAD report, with all their info in like this, it looks like about 10 p.m.
And in speaking with this witness, was she able to provide you any information about that night and about.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
You're right.
Yes.
State's response would be a present sense impression, given that she spoke with her within 20 minutes or so of the
That-
police arriving on
That's,
scene.
that's not how I understood the testimony, and I don't believe the foundation is laid.
She,
Why didn't-
wa-
Why don't you see if you can lay a foundation for that?
okay, so did you, based on your report, speak with this witness?
Based on my report, yes.
And given that you ran her information at about 10 o'clock, would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock? Would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And you arrived on the scene about 9:35?
Yes.
All right. So within 25 minutes, is it fair to say you would have spoken with this witness?
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical that you would speak with the victims first and then go out and canvass the area to speak to witnesses to see if they've observed anything?
Yes.
And would that be the protocol, what you would have done on this day back in January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Today, do you remember what her being the witness, what her body language was or her demeanor was?
I don't recall.
Okay. But was she able to provide you information of what she saw and heard on the nights when you all responded?
Yes, she advised.
Don't tell me yet.
Oh, sorry.
Was she able to provide you information about what she heard and what she saw?
Before she continues, one of you guys asked me to see if Doug Weinstein has tweeted anything today. He's funny. He is funny. I think it was 19 hours ago. One of his tweets says, "Hey, what do y'all think little Mike and Quez are up to tonight? Are they at the mall? Are they going to Magic City?" Doug is funny. Let's keep going.
That night.
Yes.
And was that within 20 minutes of you responding to a shots fired call?
Yes.
You're around this time to state.
There's been conflicting testimony now, and we're leading and saying 20 minutes, and that's not, I don't understand that to be the testimony. And furthermore, the question is that I don't think we've gotten an answer to is, yes, there was an initial interaction, but that doesn't answer the question of when the interview or whatever we want to call it takes place.
Yeah,
So I'd also object on the grounds of confrontation clause.
I believe the testimony is I would have spoken to her prior to 10 o'clock, which is when she put the information in the system. And she arrived at 9:30, approximately 9:30. So between 9:30 and 10 o'clock is roughly 30 minutes. And she was spoken to her before 10 o'clock.
So again, I don't know why we keep talking about 20 minutes.
She initially said she spoke with her between 20 and.
Let's hear that from the witness.
Okay. About how long do you think you were on scene before you met with or spoke with the witness on the scene?
With giving a timeline of how that incident was and how we would typically speak to victims and how we would typically look at evidence and make sure everybody gets medical attention, I would say on that scene, it could have been about 20 to 25 minutes.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay. Was she able to provide you without saying what she said, was she able to provide you information regarding the incident?
Yes.
Okay. After you spoke with the witness, what, if anything, did you do next?
After speaking with the witness, then it would have come down to processing the crime scene at that point and locating damages or directing ID whenever they arrived on scene to where shell casings were or damages were at that point.
And do you recall who the crime scene tech was that you had come out to that scene?
From my report, it was ID unit 7320 Sanders.
And had you had an opportunity to look at some of the pictures that were taken back on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And in looking at those pictures, did that fairly accurately depict the scene as you recall it from January 26, 2015?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
No.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1GG through 28 GG. Have you had the opportunity to look at those specific pictures prior to entering court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 GG to 28 GG into evidence.
Did you say 20 or 28?
28.
All right, they're admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1 GG, what are we looking at State's Exhibit 1 GG?
It's a location, the residence that it occurred at.
And do you recall if it was the left or the right home?
Looking at the picture, left side.
And going to 2 GG? Now, you said to the left, is that the one where it appears that the door is open beyond the burglar door, the other door is open?
Yes.
Okay. And looking to the other door, which is closed, do you see anything that you would determine as defects on the door that's to the right?
Yeah, from looking at the picture, yes.
Okay. But that is not the house that you responded to, the one on the right.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at 3 GG, if you can describe for the jurors, what are we looking at in 3 GG?
Staircase inside of the residence.
And is this a staircase in which you saw Mr. Elsman?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Looking at 4 GG, what is depicted in 4 GG?
Defects on the wall and the staircase.
And when you say defects, what do you mean?
From being struck by bullets.
Looking at 5 GG, is that just a close-up of those same defects?
I believe so.
All right, 6 GG. Are these additional defects found within the home?
Yes.
All right. And 7 GG, are these additional defects found inside of the home?
Yes.
And will all these be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 8 GG, is that just a close-up of what we just looked at?
Yes.
All right. 9 GG. And in 9 GG, is that also a defect at the top portion of that picture?
Yes.
And I don't think you can see it here, so if you can stand up and just indicate with the pointer where that defect is on that picture.
Right there.
All right. You may have to stand, so.
Okay.
Looking at 10 GG, if you can identify for the jury the defect that is here as well. All right. 11 GG, is that just the floor inside of the home?
Yes.
All right. 12 GG, what is depicted inside 12 GG?
I recall that being the front bedroom upstairs.
And looking at 12 GG, do you see the window in 12 GG?
Yes.
Do you see any distortion of the blinds looking at 12 GG?
Yes.
Okay, if you can just point that out for the jury.
Here and up here.
All right. Looking at 13 GG. Within 13 GG, do you see any defects in the wall near that window that you just identified?
Yes.
If you can just point to the jury and if we can zoom in where those defects are. Scroll down.
So we're looking right here and over here.
Okay. And you said over, hold on.
Possibly some up here. I know.
All right, is this one? Oh, sorry, tell me where to point.
Yes, that appears to be one up there.
Okay, any others?
Yeah, and possibly over there to your right side.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. We can go to the next, that 15 GG? Or 14 GG? Do we see any defects here?
Yes.
And where is it?
Ceiling above the fan.
Is that right here?
Yes.
All right, guys. I know we were talking about the dress. That's probably my fault because I was just kind of shocked to see it. But allegedly, Miss Sylvia, I didn't hear this myself. Miss Sylvia has verified that Simone is not, in fact, expecting. Just that's clear in the air. I see the little gaming channel and a few others talking about that. But she is not expecting, according to Miss Sylvia, who goes to the courtroom every day.
Do we see any additional defects?
Yes, I think that's just a close-up of the one we previously used.
All right. 16 GG. Now, what's being depicted as 16 GG?
Where one of the victims was lying in bed.
And 17 GG? Is that a close of that same area?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the jury what this reddish brown stain could be inside of this picture?
Yes, possibly blood.
All right. Looking at 18 GG, any defects within 18 GG?
Yes.
Where would that defect be?
To the right of the picture frames, bottom, above that, top right, above the picture frames in the middle, and then possibly some to your right above this mirror.
All right. Looking at 19 GG, is that just a close-up of the one we just identified?
Yes, close up.
20 GG, are those just close-up of the other ones we just identified?
Yes.
21 GG, is that just, do we see any defects within 21 GG?
Possibly right there, but that looks like some kind of close up, not 100%.
All right, 22 GG. What are we looking at 22 GG?
Bathroom.
And in 23 GG, do we see any defects within 23 GG?
Yes, above the block.
Right here?
Yes.
Next, 24 GG. That's a close-up?
Close up, yes.
All right, 25. Do we see any defects?
Yes. in the
Jeez.
Right here.
mirror. Yes.
And then 26 GG. Close-up.
Close up.
27 GG. Would those be considered defects as well?
Yes.
And 28 GG, same?
Yes.
29, and I believe that's it. Thank you. And will all those defects be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
From the bedroom, where was the bedroom in relation to outside? Was it the front bedroom, the back bedroom, or something else?
It was the front bedroom.
And so would that be the bedroom that be facing the street?
Yes.
Once you had investigator Sanders process the scene, what, if anything, would you do next?
After probably while she was processing, or I can't recall if Sanders is male or female, I apologize. While processing, I would most likely walk them through the scene to advise what needs to be collected, what's evidence, what's not. Walk them through, also fill out, they have paperwork that we have to fill out as well. And that's what I'd be doing while they'd be processing.
Now, all the individuals who resided or who was at the home that day, do you know they lived at that location?
I can't recall if they definitely lived there, but they were there that night.
Were you able to get phone numbers and addresses for those individuals?
Can I check my report?
Yes.
Yes. Would you like me to go through?
No,
No.
but were you able to get that for each of those individuals?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And outside of the home having defects, were there any other defects to anything outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. What else was damaged?
There was a vehicle that was in the driveway, I believe, that had damage.
What kind of vehicle was it?
From my report, a blue Chevrolet Lumina.
When you arrived on the scene, did you see anyone shooting by the time you got on the scene?
I did not.
Do you know how soon after you arrived to a scene that the incident number would be generated?
It would already be generated upon us getting the call.
on that evening, do you know if you respond to any other scenes that, well, you're a responding officer, so you would have. Do you recall responding to an incident 150260124 at all that evening? The location? Did you ever have to respond to I-7585 at University that evening or that morning?
I don't recall. I wouldn't have responded in the morning because I worked evenings.
Did you ever have to, if you can recall, respond to Stanhope Drive on January 26, 2015?
I don't recall.
And again, this shooting was at 9:30 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
All right. Course indulgence for one moment.
Okay, so they're talking to each other. I'm gonna skip ahead.
Two.
Yes.
Sapphire. Report number. For conference, your report number was 15020262672.
Yes.
Sapphire. When in relation to your incident that you responded to, would incident number 150260124 occur?
That would have been earlier in the day.
Earlier in the day.
Yes.
When in relation to your incident, would 150262801 occur?
That would have been after.
After. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all done.
Okay, thank you for your time. You're excused. Is your next witness, how lengthy are they going to be?
It'll be a little longer.
How long?
Probably about 45 minutes from now.
Do you want to eat lunch now or in an hour? I'm going to keep plugging for a little while. All right, let's have your next witness. Okay.
Brown's up again. Well, look at this outfit.
Yes.
Christy, Kristi, Pitts, Pitts.
Good morning. I heard you spell your name. Has your name changed in any time recently?
It has.
Okay, what did your name used to be?
Christy Sanders.
Okay, and when did it become Pitts?
I was born in Pitts. I went back to my maiden name.
Okay, all right. And was it Sanders in or around or about 2015?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you currently do?
I'm a full-time professor at Purdue University Global.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been working at Purdue University for about 3.5 years. I've been teaching post-secondary education for over 10 years.
Okay. And what did you do, or what capacity did you work prior to beginning your teaching career?
I worked at Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And what were your usual duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department?
I processed crime scenes that I was dispatched out to.
And when you say process, what did that all entail?
Photographing of the scene, processing evidence that was collected, and testifying to those findings and to that processing.
And how long were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Maybe a little over 5 years.
Were you ever a sworn law enforcement officer with post certification?
Yes.
Were you sworn in, post certified in your capacity as a crime scene tech?
Yes.
What year did your employment with the Atlanta Police Department begin?
2013.
All right, I want to turn your attention to the date of January 26, 2015. Do you recall working on Monday, January 26, 2015, Dr. Pitts?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about working on that day?
I remember being dispatched out to a number of crime scenes that day.
Do you recall one of those crime scenes being 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And in what county is that location situated?
If I recall, it's in Fulton County.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is located at that address? Is it a house, a business, or?
I would actually have to take a look at my report if possible.
No problem. Now approaching the witness with what has been pre-marked, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 90 GG, and it has already been previously served to discovery.
Right.
Butler, let us know if he talks about his warrant.
It appears to be a house based off of my description in one of my photographs.
Okay. So can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about being dispatched to that location in that call? Do you know what kind of call it was?
According to my crime scene report, it was an aggravated assault / battery.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you arrived to that location?
What did I observe?
Did you, what did you see? Did you see anything on the ground? Did you see any people? What did you?
I would probably have to look at photographs to be able to determine that.
Okay. I am going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked in State's Exhibits 30, golf through 85 golf. And when you've had a chance to look at those, I mean, have you, let me ask you this question, Dr. Pitts. Have you previously had an opportunity to review those exhibits that have been placed before you before coming to court?
Yes.
And what are those exhibits that have been placed before you?
These are photographs that I have taken of this crime scene.
And I'm also going to put before you what has already been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits 1 golf, 2, 28 golf. And I'm going to put these over here so they can remain separate. Have those exhibits identified as State's Exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf, do they fairly and accurately depict the location of 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, as you remember that crime scene to be on the day of January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit State's Exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf into evidence and request permission to publish at the appropriate time.
They are admitted, Meg.
If you will take a moment to refresh your recollection using those photos about what you may or may have not seen and look back up at me when you have had such an opportunity to do so. All right, do you need me to restate the question or?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, all right. What, if anything, did you see upon arriving to the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, on January 26, 2015?
Upon arrival, I remember seeing the first responding officer that was there. Did a quick briefing with that officer. And during that briefing, I did a preliminary walkthrough, and that's when I was able to locate shell casings that was at this particular crime scene.
Do you know who the initial responding officer or officer on the scene was?
According to my report, and I could be pronouncing this wrong, I think it's Leduc.
How do you spell it?
It's Leduc.
Okay, all right. Is it fair to say that might be Leduc?
Hey, potato, potato.
Okay, all right. And do you know who called you out to the scene? Was it Officer Leduc?
It's not. It's typically the 911 communication dispatcher.
When you arrived to that location, well, let me back up. Around or about what time did you get dispatched to that location, if you can recall?
According to the report, it was 21:33 hours.
And I'm not good with military time. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for my sake, what that time might be?
That time is 8:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And was the sun up or down at that time?
If we're going off based this time when it came in, based on the dates, we're in the winter season, I would say that it's dark.
Okay. All right. I'm not good with math, but how would you, if you said 21:30?
Maybe 9 p.m.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know. All right. So I want to ask you a little bit more about your arrival. So how do you determine where to start when processing your crimes?
It's based off of training. You want to approach a crime scene in the most systematic manner possible. So before you even approach a crime scene, you should have a plan of action. And that's typically how I approach all of my crime scenes. I conduct a quick, brief walkthrough with that first responding officer or either the lead investigator that's there. Speak with them as we're walking through. I'm observing the scene. They're letting me know what they've already witnessed or uncovered. And then while I'm doing that, I'm thinking simultaneously how am I going to go ahead and process this crime scene.
And in the course of processing the crime scene, is this particular crime scene that you responded to given a case number at any point?
Yes, it is.
What is that case number associated with this crime scene?
The incident number for this one is 150-262-672.
All right. In the course of processing this crime scene that you responded to, did you stated earlier that you saw shell casings on the ground. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in seeing shell casings, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shell casings you collected on that day?
According to my crime scene report, it was 66 pieces of evidence.
And did you collect any live projectiles or live rounds, rather?
No, I collected 65 shell casings and 1 projectile.
And when you say a projectile, what do you mean by that, Dr. Fitz?
So a projectile is a piece that comes off of a shell casing or a live round that has been fired. So it can be a piece of metal that's off of that.
And prior to collecting the said evidence that you obtained on that evening, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you do before removing it from the premises?
You want to photograph the crime scene in its totality. And then from there, you must photograph each individual piece of evidence. So in this instance, I collected 65 shell casings. I took 65 individual photographs of those shell casings, and overall, a mid-range and a close-up of each and every piece of evidence.
And after you take those photographs, well, let me ask you a different question. How do you distinguish shell casings one from another on the scene when you're taking pictures?
Based on the initial walkthrough that I conduct with that first responding officer, or either that lead investigator, we typically discuss, did you determine what was the entryway into this crime scene? And from there, that's how I methodically place the evidence markers on those shell casings.
With the evidence markers, are those included in the crime scene photos that you take?
Yes.
Okay. And after taking your photos of the crime scene, what, if anything, do you do with the shell casings?
I collect them.
Did you take them put them in your pocket? Did you put them in a backpack? How did you transport them or collect them?
So they are not put in my pocket. That would be extremely unethical. They are individually collected and placed into a small manila envelope, meaning a little bullet bag, and they are numbered based off of the evidence markers. They are given their approximate time based on when I collect each and every piece of evidence. On that evidence bag or that bullet bag, I also clearly specify where in the crime scene they were collected at.
And do you also, on that evidence bag, include the case number associated with the crime scene?
Yes.
I should say incident. I am now going to publish a select set, Your Honor, of crime scene photos that have been previously admitted, subject to the court's rulings, starting with right. Dr. Pitts, you can utilize the screen in front of you to track with the presentation of evidence. Excuse me. Now showing you what has been previously admitted in State's Exhibit 30 Golf Golf. Dr. Pitts, are those little yellow things on the ground the placards that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And with those little placards that are on this photo be next to the shell casings that you saw outside of the residence?
Yes.
And are those the same shell casings that you described as collecting from the crime scene and putting into small bullet bags or small bullet bags?
Yes.
Now transitioning to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 31 Golf. Is this a different angle of additional shell casings that you took photos of on that same street?
It appears to be from a different angle of those same shell casings.
Transitioning now to State's Exhibit 32. All right. Is this a different also angle of the street that contains some of the shell casings, as you remember?
Yes.
And that moisture on the street, was that there prior to your arrival, or do you remember that to be something that came as a result of the gun shots that rang out at the crime scene, if you recall?
That was there prior to my arrival.
Okay. Now showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit, the next State's Exhibit, which is 33 Golf Golf. Do you recall this particular residence at the crime scene?
Yes.
And what do you know this residence to be?
A house.
Okay. Is that where the incident, is that the residence that is listed in? Is that the residence that is listed in your crime scene record with the address?
Yes.
Now turning to the next State's Exhibit. This exhibit here showing evidence marker 1, which is State's Exhibit 34 Golf Golf. Is this next to one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And is that one such shell casing that you also included in your report?
Yes.
Okay, turning to the next state's exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 35, Golf Golf. Is this another such shell casing that you recovered?
Yes.
All right, next exhibit. What about this exhibit, 36, Golf Golf?
This is another shell casing.
30, turning to the next exhibit with evidence number 4. Is this another shell casing that you recovered?
Yes.
And do you recall or have any independent recollection of the caliber of the shell casings by any chance that you recovered that day?
Not listed on my crime scene report, however, in my personal notes, yes.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
My personal notes, yes.
Ma'am.
I can,
Yes. Oh, well, they're not with you? Oh.
they are with, well, they're in the courtroom.
We'll hold tight on that. Okay.
Yes.
I'll transition to the next state's exhibit. And, State's Exhibit 38, Golf Golf. Did you collect this shell casing?
Yes.
Next exhibit. Evidence placard 6, which is on State's Exhibit 39, Golf Golf. Is this another such separate shell casing from the one in the last photo?
Yes.
And did you collect this one?
Yes.
And would you have included this shell casing in your crime scene record?
Yes.
All right, turning to State's Exhibit 40, Golf Golf. What about this shell casing depicted in State's 40, Golf Golf? Did you collect this?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, cumulative.
These are separate photos, Judge. They're not the same.
Overruled.
All right, you can answer the question.
Yes.
All right, you may turn to the next State's Exhibit, please. State's Exhibit 41, Golf Golf. As to evidence marker 8, is this another shell casing that you recovered on that evening?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 42, Golf Golf.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you were in here when Mr. Atkins was handling one of the other crime scene techs, and we had sort of a overview. Is there any way you could do it that way and just ask a broader question?
Yes, I will do just
Thank
as
you.
the court has asked. Turning to, if I may, Your Honor, ignoring myself. Just a brief indulgence. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 30.
So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to put it on 1.25 speed just because this is moving a little bit slow, just to get us caught up a little bit faster. I did do it yesterday and some people were complaining, so we'll try it. If it is too fast for you, let me know. But I'm doing 1.25 just so we can catch up a little bit.
Golf ball. Does the State's Exhibit that is published on the screen just about encapsulate all of the shell casings that you recovered from outside of the address of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, it appears to be.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 2, GG. All right. The address that you listed on your report is 1007, correct, Hill Street?
1007 Hill Street, Southeast, yes.
Is this picture depict the correct address of the home to which you responded on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Do you know from your crime scene record or independent collection how many different types of shell casings were recovered from the crime scene?
From my crime scene report that I'm presently looking at, no, but from my personal notes from this crime scene, yes.
I want to turn your attention to the state's exhibit that has been identified as State's Exhibit 90 golf call. What is, earlier was used to refresh your recollection, but what is that in fact before you?
This is a crime scene record or a crime scene report.
And why are such documents, well, how do you know what it is?
I was trained on this. This is how I document each and every crime scene that I'm dispatched out to and each and every crime scene that I process.
And is that particular crime scene record one that was drafted by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And is that crime scene record made at or near the time that you have performed your duties as a crime scene technician?
Give or take maybe a day or two.
And would the evidence that was depicted in the photos that were published a few moments ago be included in that document?
Yes.
And would you also include any other such things that you would have, actions you would have taken that evening or thereabouts for reference purposes in that same document?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, is that document in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last had the opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to the State's Exhibit 90 golf ball for today.
All right, that's admitted.
All right. Do you remember?
Happy birthday,
or are you
Miss
able to
T.
say now how many types of shell casings you recovered from State's exhibits from the location in 07 Blue Street Southeast? Right.
If I was given the opportunity to review the notes that I've brought with me today, yes.
Oh my God, Adrian, really?
May I see clarification? Is
Your Honor, we had us speaking, testimony.
I'm not,
I don't know. I can't tell what you're saying.
I don't want to put anything in front of the jury unless it's an objection. And we can talk
I-
to this.
I'm wondering the notes. Are we speaking of her report or are there separate notes?
Sounds like they're notes separate from the report. Is that correct?
That
Yes.
would be my understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
Could the defense be provided a copy of those notes?
Do y'all have the notes?
I brought,
They are with the witness. We would have to take a moment to, they're independent, but we can't get those.
Well, we
Okay.
don't have them. We'd like to see them, please.
Okay, I don't, have y'all seen them before? Nobody's seen them before. They've been with the witness. So, is the question just going to be to refresh her recollection?
It really would be, that's the only point for those notes now that she's mentioned.
All right. I mean, y'all certainly can look at them when, if and when y'all cross-examine her. I think at this point, she's just going to look at them to refresh recollection. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor. I want to transition to,
So is she not going to look at them and refresh her
yes, they're
recollection?
currently in, are they?
no, they're here in my briefcase.
Just to read it over.
Fetch it, boy. Fetch my briefcase.
Thank you.
Sorry, y'all. That little what was it? That press conference we watched earlier has got my mind in the South right now.
So the listing of shell casings that breaks it down based off of the caliber is for a different incident date, but not for this particular address.
All right, excuse me. So I'm going to transition to the next set of questions. And I want to ask you, based on State's Exhibit, which we're going to get up for you, State's Exhibit 52, golf ball, with the assistance of this night. It should be coming up for you on the screen too, if you want. Okay. Based on the exhibit that's before you on the laptop, which is State's Exhibit 52 golf ball, are you able to, based on your training and experience, say that there are at least two different types of shell casings that were recovered from?
Sustained.
How many shell casing types were recovered from the crime scene based on State's Exhibit 52 golf ball?
Based on this photograph, it appears to be two.
Are you able to say just based on this at least two?
Overruled.
At least two based off of this photograph, would be fair to say.
Now I'm going to transition your attention to the date of January the 28th, 2015, which would have been a Wednesday. Do you recall working on that day, Dr. Pitts?
January the 28th, 2015, yes.
What do you recall what do you recall about working on that?
I would need to either look at my notes or my crime scene report.
I am now going to the first witness, which was what has already been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 123 Charlie. And I have now had the witness that exhibit. And after you've had a chance to review it, please look up at me and we'll continue asking questions.
Yeah, the volume is low, guys, because he's not using a microphone. We can hear her just fine, but we can't hear him that well. And the boys in the chat are loving this professor, okay? Y'all are like, who's that? We let our boys be boys over here.
Has your memory been refreshed?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay, all right. So Dr. Pitts, what do you recall about working on Wednesday, January 28th, 2015?
I recall being called out to a damage to property at
Men,
2905
will be
Springdale
men.
Road, Southwest,
And in what
That's
county
the
was
New
that?
England in me.
Fulton County.
And based on your report, can you, or do you recall, let me ask, if that was a home or some other type of structure?
Based off of my narrative, it appears to be, not appears to be, it is an apartment.
And did you, in fact, actually go out to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe upon arrival?
I would have to see the photographs.
I am now approaching you with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 1 Charlie to 122 Charlie, and they have also been shared in the discovery process already. And I want to ask you preliminarily, Dr. Pitts, have you had the opportunity to view State's Exhibits 1 Charlie, and through 122 Charlie prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And how do you know what those are?
These are my photographs.
And do those exhibits that are in front of you now, that have been previously identified, fairly and accurately depict area that you responded to on January 28, 2015?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit said identified exhibits into evidence and publish with your permission.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm asking clarification. Is the state referring to 1CC or 1CCC?
Triple C, right? Triple C, I think he said it one time, is just a double C, but it's triple C. Any objection? Those are admitted without, or is there objection?
Your Honor, these have been previously provided in discovery for this exact reason as the court is instructed, and I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not sure if you understood my instruction yesterday, but it's okay.
But there are three separate PowerPoints that we gave, so we gave.
I am not, and I don't think they're questioning that they have seen them before. They just don't know what's what, because when they saw it before, apparently it wasn't numbered as, you know, a specific exhibit number, or it had a different exhibit number. So they need to know what they're looking at, basically.
Your Honor, so what they have is what's being published, so we consolidated what, everything's been admitted, has been turned over, they should have, but what they have in this PowerPoint are the ones we're going to admit, which is a smaller number than what the full amount of pictures are. So we're only publishing.
Okay, so have they been renumbered,
Yes.
is the question.
Yes.
Okay, which makes it difficult for them to know what to look at, because
They have not.
15 CCC might be something different now.
They have, you just said one.
The exhibit number, Your Honor, is one, but on the actual way in which they're presented for the publication.
Okay, so that's why they're asking for
either some clarification. But if y'all follow my instruction from earlier today and just get together in the morning before we start and look at everything, then we shouldn't have this problem tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we didn't know that. we were gonna get
I'm
there.
not blaming anybody. It just,
You're right. If we can clarify this, I think that we just.
just give them a chance to look at them for a second.
They take the full stack. What they have is only what's being published, so that's what. My numbers.
That full stack number.
Oh, well, look at, oh my God. Did y'all see Max and Hilton going at it? Let's go back. I want to see that again.
Only what's being published, so that's what.
My numbers are
That full stack number. Can I see those?
Oh man, it's getting intense over there. All right, let's skip some of this.
They're not,
For this step, to admit
122 of them, and I do not expect 122 of them to be published or anywhere near that.
Correct. And these are all the pictures that were in the witness folder that we went over a few weeks ago. So that's what we're saying is that. So
They're just trying to figure out what's what.
Simone want a little attitude there.
Your Honor, the question remains, what's the issue?
Okay, so
Interesting.
it doesn't sound like there's any objection, so admitted without objection. And you may publish a select
Yes,
number of
that's
them.
the actual petition. Okay. Dr. Pitts, earlier you stated that you would need to refresh with your photos. If you have an opportunity to look through them, if you need to look through them, to see what you recall about what you saw when you live.
As I previously stated, based off of my crime scene report, I was dispatched out to a damaged property. Looking through these photographs, I have seen these before. It does appear to be shell casings that were documented or photographed at the scene, as well as a vehicle, apartments outside and inside, as well as defects inside of some of the apartment units.
And do you recall who was the on-scene investigator upon your arrival, if any?
According to my crime scene report, I was working with or speaking with Collins.
And what was the actual address of the location to which you were dispatched?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest,
And what county is that address situated?
Fulton County.
And do you remember whether it was daytime or nighttime when you responded to that crime scene?
Based off of the time that the call was received and the time that the call was answered, it was the early morning of January 28th, 2015.
Do you have a round about the time that you may have went?
So this call was received at 1:01 a.m. It appears that I responded at 2:07 a.m.
Did you collect any evidence from this crime scene after you arrived?
Based off of my crime scene report, I collected 22 pieces of evidence, 17 shell casings, and 5 projectiles were collected from this crime scene.
And do you recall, based on your report, or do you recall off your independent recollection, which caliber they may have been?
Let me see if this was. Yes, based off of my notes, I collected a 9mm Luger. That was eight 9mm Luger shell casings were collected. I also collected 40 Smith & Wesson RP, and it appears to be 7 of those shell casings that were collected. I also collected a PMC 9mm Luger It appears to be one of those were collected. No, I stand corrected, sorry. 5 of those. There was also a Parnati 9mm Luger that was collected, a Blazer 9mm Luger that was collected. And those were all as it relates to the shell casings. The rest were projectile pieces.
Right. And is there a case number associated with this particular call that you went out to, or incident number associated with it that you responded to at the 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest Atlanta?
Yes.
What is that case or incident?
150-280-046.
And after you collected that evidence, did you handle that evidence in the same manner as you did in the prior APD case or incident number?
Prior to collecting any pieces of evidence, including the shell casings and projectiles, photographs are taken of the entire scene, and then individually of each and every shell casing before any collection is done.
I want to publish select photos for on the screen for you, and if you give it a brief on people, come up. And it is now showing, the screen is now showing States Exhibit 1 Triple C. Utilizing States 1 Triple C, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the shell casings and the parking lot area of this apartment complex based on my arrival.
And now turning to the next States Exhibit, which is 5 Triple C. Is this another evidence? Thank you. Another evidence placard associated with one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And would there have been multiple placards of this type for the shell casings that were outside?
Yes.
All right. Turning your attention now to States Exhibit 22, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a photograph of this vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken, based on what I briefly recall, this car may have had some damage. Anytime a vehicle has been damaged or a part of a crime scene, you are to photograph the vehicle, all sides, all 4 sides. And that's what this photograph is showing, the backside of this vehicle.
Turning your attention to States Exhibit 24, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is this another angle of that view of that same vehicle?
This appears to be the passenger side of that vehicle.
And do you see from this view any defects to this vehicle on this side of the vehicle?
Not based on this photograph, no.
Next States Exhibit, which is States Exhibit 25, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. What about this exhibit?
It appears to be some type of defect on the driver's side, but I would have to have that photograph zoomed in
You can enlarge that.
for an exact.
Yep. All right. Utilizing the zoom feature, are you now able to see any such defects to this vehicle on this States Exhibit?
Yes.
And where do you see that defect?
On the driver side back window.
All right. Now turning your attention to States Exhibit 29, Charlie, Charlie. And do you see any defects in this photo here?
No.
Okay. We are now publishing for your viewing States Exhibit 30, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a picture of the front entrance of this apartment unit?
Anytime you're photographing a crime scene, you're supposed to tell a story. And this is another photograph of me showing or telling a story through photography.
Next States Exhibit 32, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie is published. And do you see any bullet defects here?
Yes.
How many?
It appears to be 1.
And are you ever able to recover any such projectiles that may have entered the home at such range or from distance?
If a defect was in this building on the outside, no, we typically don't have a ladder that we would climb up for that. But if it penetrated through and it was now inside of that apartment unit, yes, I would cut the wall out and retrieve it with tweezers.
Showing you States Exhibit 34, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see a bullet defect here in this exhibit?
Could you zoom in for me?
Yes.
They are
Yes,
making
it
a
does
mess.
appear to be a defect in the wall.
Pretty much, like if you think about all the witnesses we've seen today, we've seen a bunch of law enforcement officers, a lot of crime scene techs. This is the second crime scene tech that we've talked to today. And really, the officers are there to really help us paint the picture of all of the drive-by shootings, their recollection of it, the day that they responded, exactly what happened, things of the like. Now, these crime scene people, they're going through the scene of the crime, how evidence was collected, things of the like. So that's why the state and, Max and some of the other defense attorneys were like, are we really going to look at every single bullet hole? And the judge thought that it's appropriate for the state's presentation of the case for the jury. I mean, it is long, it is excruciating. This is a long day, but it is important because in a regular case, this is what a state would have to do. It's just that there are so many incidents. That's why there are so many witnesses. But let's keep going. Hopefully that gives you guys some context.
Showing you State's Exhibit 36, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And I'm going to zoom in. Do you see in this room, separate from the last exhibit, a bullet defect?
Yes.
Turning to the next State's Exhibit. And being published now in State's Exhibit 39, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is this a separate unit from the first unit that you took pictures at featured in this particular State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And was this unit impacted by the gunfire that led to defects that may be there present?
Yes.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 40, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Okay. Featured in this photo, do you see any such defects as you were talking about on this unit?
Are we able to zoom in some? It does appear to be a defect on the outside.
Right. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 42, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And if we can go and enlarge.
And also, guys, I know y'all want to catch up. A few people have asked if we can go up to 1.5 speed. If you're okay with that, let me know. I'm going to do it. I'm going to just bring us up to speed because this is him talking to Dr. Pitts about all of these different incidents. It's about 25 minutes before their lunch break, and I do want to catch us up. So I'm going to go ahead and put us on 1.5. Hopefully it's not too unbearable, but let's go with 1.5.
Dr. Pitts, why was this photo of any significance to you?
It appears to be maybe some type of defect.
Okay. If you could utilize the cursor to just need to go a little lower, right there. Do you see a defect there?
Are we able to zoom in some?
I think that's as far as it goes, Dr. Pitts.
I wouldn't be able to accurately say that that's a defect.
We'll turn to the next State's Exhibit, which is 44, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, before you with State's Exhibit 44, Triple C, why is there evidence placard on the inside of the house as opposed to the outside?
Because at this point, I am working my way indoors, and this appears to be the first piece of evidence upon entering this apartment unit.
Okay, if we could zoom in this night. And from that angle or vantage point, are you able to tell what that evidence may have been?
I can refer to my crime scene report. It appears to be a projectile piece.
And now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 46, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. All right. And is this a different defect from the others that we have observed in Unit 2?
That we observed in Unit 1, because I think we've just entered into Unit 2.
So within Unit 2, is this a separate defect from any others?
Yes.
Okay. And now turning your attention to the next State's Exhibit. Utilizing State's Exhibit, this appears to be 48, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see any defects in this particular photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that also another such defect inside of Unit 2, Apartment 2?
Yes, it appears to be.
Turning your attention to next State's Exhibit. We're just about done. State's Exhibit 50, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. If we could zoom in, do you see anything by the light switch in this photo?
Yes.
What do you see by the light switch?
It appears to be a defect in the wall.
Turning your attention now to the next State's Exhibit, which is 55, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see any defects here on this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. 57. And in this photo, do you see any such defects within this closet area depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 59, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, now that it is being enlarged, are you able to see another defect in the same unit on this photo?
Yes.
Turn your attention now to States Exhibit 61, Charlie. In the same unit, oh, and in large amount, Ms. Knight, thank you. Do you see any bullet defects here with this exhibit on the screen? And if you're not able to, you can always utilize the hard copies.
What was the number of this
This
photograph?
is States Exhibit 61, Charlie.
Thank you. That didn't help either. It appears to be.
Okay, all right. And now direct your attention to the next set, photo. This set 63, Charlie. And utilizing this photo, do you see another bullet defect here in this apartment unit?
Yes.
And about, well, I'll ask that same question. Turn your attention to States Exhibit 66, Charlie. Okay. Is this a separate unit from the prior two that you have taken pictures in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any bullet defects on this photo pertaining to Unit 3?
Yes.
Turn your attention to 67, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any bullet defects in this photograph? And if yes.
Yes, it does appear to be.
And to the top right where the cursor is now pointed, do you see any more bullet defects?
Yes.
And how many do you see?
I see 3.
And in total on this exhibit, how many do you see?
I want to say 4. It could be on other parts.
We're utilizing the hard copy of that exhibit in front of you, make you confirm that.
What was the number
That's
again?
Exhibit 70, Charlie. Excuse me, my apologies, that is 67, Charlie.
67. I can't accurately say, and the reason that I state that if you scroll down, it's 2 others, and I can't say if those are defects or not, so I don't want to mistake.
I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 70, Charlie. And utilizing this exhibit, Dr. Pitts, are you able to see any bullet defects that would have led you to take this photo of this part of the home?
Yes.
Right. Where do you see that up there about?
I see one that's right under the window.
Turn your attention now to 71, Charlie. All right. From what view of this unit are we looking at the door in States 71, Charlie?
It appears to be that I'm now inside of the unit and the front entry door is closed.
Okay, and if we could zoom in a little bit on the door, please, do you see the bullet defect that you took notice of outside of the door when you took this photo?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 73, Triple C. All right. Dr. Pitts.
He's clicking on all these pictures.
This photo, which would let you take.
Yes, it appears to be one.
Ms. Knight, if you put the cursor, do you see where the cursor is?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a bullet defect to you?
Yes.
Publishing States Exhibit 75, Charlie. And it appears that you are now when you took it.
Maybe in another room of this apartment unit.
Does that look like a bed to the left of the photograph?
I can't accurately state that if that's a bed.
Ms. Knight, if you can zoom in on the wall. Okay. Utilizing this photo where the cursor is, if you can't see it through this photo, you can always refer to the hard copy in front of you. Do you see what appears to be a bullet defect?
Yes.
76, Charlie. All right. And if we, as far as you can, do you see any bullet defects in this photo that you took further in the room?
Yes.
And how many do you see with your eye?
I see 3.
Now publishing State 77, Triple C. And are you still in the same room that you were in when you took the first couple of photos?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can zoom in just a bit, do you see additional bullet defect, an additional bullet defect in this one?
Yes.
And do you see? Yes, I was going to ask you.
Is it 76 Charlie?
It is 77.
It appears to be 3.
Okay. All right. Now publishing 79, Charlie. And do you see any bullet defects in this portion of the photograph that you took for this case?
Yes.
How many do you see?
2.
Now publishing States Exhibit 81, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect there?
Yes.
And is that window in the same room that you were in with the last photo that you took? To your recollection?
It appears to be, yes.
All right, publishing 82, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would an evidence placard now be in this portion of the house of Unit 3?
Because the projectile piece was actually recovered from that wall.
And do you see a defect that may have come from that projectile piece?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
On the wall next to the placard.
Publishing States Exhibit 85, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects to this piece of furniture featured in this photo?
Yes, it appears to
And
be.
is it fair to say that that is a headboard which that defect is located?
I can't speculate. I would have to zoom out.
Showing you States Exhibit 86, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what is on the floor there, that placard?
That's a projectile piece.
Showing you now States Exhibit 88, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. As to this evidence placard, we're gonna forego that, we're gonna go to the next exhibit. 90, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, in the corner of this photograph, is there yet another bullet defect to your ability to see?
Yes.
And now publishing 92, triple C. In the same room, do you see another bullet defect separate from the others that you identified?
Yes.
Publishing the next day's exhibit, 93, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what's here in this photo?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Publishing 95, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect in this photograph?
Yes.
And is it whereabout the cursor is located on the screen?
Yes.
Now publishing the next day's exhibit, which appears to be State's Exhibit 100. But just a brief moment. Okay, it's 98. Yes, yes, State's Exhibit 98, Charlie, 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 which is on the screen.
Is it 99 CCC?
No, it's 98 on the screen. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Okay.
And Dr. Pitts, why did you put an evidence placard here on the floor right in this photograph?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Okay. And utilizing the cursor, Ms. Knight, can you hover over what that object appears to be? Do you see a projectile where the cursor is located?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now publishing the next State's Exhibit 101, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Excuse me. Dr. Pitts, what led you to take a photo here of this part of the room? Do you see any defects?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes.
Maybe to the corner going up? Is it the closest we can get?
That's the closest thing.
And what was the number of that?
That is State's Exhibit 101, Charlie, Charlie. And if not, I can put the next exhibit up.
Can we put the next, because this is kind of out of sequence? Thank you.
Honestly, guys, I kind of want to skip it. Do y'all want to skip it? Do you want to skip all this? I mean, this is boring.
And you can still refer to it.
That's not in order, so I'll stick to this.
All right. Is this a separate unit from the first three that you took?
Okay, okay,
Yes.
all right, we're gonna
So
skip.
this unit also affected by the gunfire that occurred on that evening.
But y'all are going to get the dates of the witness list that these various witnesses first ever appeared on. Have y'all been able to provide that to the defense yet?
I'll look as we're sitting here before I leave for lunch.
Okay, so I don't think you were in here yet, but somebody should have already been doing that. And in fact, y'all called a witness that we hadn't yet covered because you gave me one order that you were calling the witnesses in and then called them in a different order. Not that anybody from the defense objected, but Ms. Love, the defense still needs the information on which witness list these recently re-added witnesses were on.
Okay, I had, earlier this morning, I had our paralegal looking at our first list that we sent out. So I'll go and get that information
Okay,
from her.
I mean, doesn't your people email you
Yeah.
when they got the information? Do you have to?
Yes, and
go
actually she did
physically
tell,
over here?
no,
Okay.
no, I was just gonna step out and talk to her, but she already told me that, for instance, Hornbacher.
Yeah,
was
well,
an
he found Walker, but anybody else?
Yes, there was another one.
All right.
I think at least 5 more that she found. I'll go and check.
Is she outside right now?
No, she's at the office. No, I stepped in because another matter came up. The court had asked me about Mr. Zachary, and I had the
Right.
person there to
Okay.
address that. So
Well,
that's the
maybe
reason I
somebody
stepped
else
back
could
in.
get the information about the witnesses.
I'll
Or
just
do
do
you
that.
have the ADA or investigator who got the information from the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay, let's deal with that.
Okay, so we're gonna find out, and I wanted to stop because this is right before lunch. We're gonna see what happened with Quindarius Zachary if Little D's gonna be coming in. So this is the update. Then we will skip the lunch and we'll probably skip some of this doctor's testimony. I know she's fun to look at, but we need to speed this along. It's excruciating, guys.
Oh, here he is.
Hey, I'm just, if you were the person who was present for the doctor's conversation yesterday, I am wondering if the doctor said anything about whether stress would adversely impact Mr. Zachary to the extent that the doctor had concerns about, a rapidly deteriorating medical condition? Okay, was it discussed? Okay. Okay, okay, and nothing about, he or she had no concerns about stress being able to, okay. All right, thank you, I appreciate your time. All right, Ms. Leb, during this lunch break, please get that information to the defense, if you want to just email it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up the email. I think I
Okay,
saw it.
great.
So I'll great.
If
I'll
you
pull
have it
up.
right now, that's even better.
Okay. And Your Honor, what I was looking for was, what I'm going to go get is the email that Mr. Steele sent us this morning at 7:30. I saw it this morning, so I'm going to go and check those names and go ahead and see what names that we're looking for. And by that, I mean, he specifically identified a chunk.
Right, yes, at 7:30 this morning, so. All righty, well, Ms. Love's leaving, so I'm not sure if Ms. Love's coming back immediately or what's going on right now.
I was just going to the room right outside to grab my computer. I wasn't leaving. I was just going to grab it. I mean,
Y'all don't have the ability on your laptops to get your emails?
yes, my laptop is outside the courtroom right now.
Okay, all right, well, just get the information to the defense. Okay, so we're going to take our lunch break. All right.
Jeez. Okay, let's skip ahead and we're gonna skip the lunch break. That's here.
Okay, I mean, I don't see that name on.
Okay. But
All right, this is the return from the lunch break.
names on the list, and I need to forward them over to Mr. Steele.
Okay.
But would afford me a second to do that. I'm gonna do it. And was there something else we were supposed to argue there? You sure? Okay. I think that Mr. Atkins.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I just had some random set of keys up here that are not mine that appeared over the lunch break.
Mr. Atkins, I think, forwarded the exhibits that he'll use with Ms. Latner's later
Okay.
today. And I didn't know, I don't believe that I can't speak for any, so I just wanted to make the court aware if there's any objection, we're prepared to argue it, but we did forward over. I don't think that there is. There shouldn't be. It's a CAD report and a 911 call.
Good afternoon.
There's going to be a following CAD report, no issues with that. And the 911 call has already been litigated, and there's a during 911 call that I need to go through.
Is Ms. Latner's the next witness? I mean, we're on
No.
this witness still anyway.
She's not.
Okay,
She's
you
not.
think you'll have time to do that? Okay, all right.
And I don't think that that was I would ask that the court inquire if there are any more objections about the ones that he sent over, because I think that that was the extent of it, but he just wanted me to make sure that I addressed it with the court. Right.
My issue is I want to go to that show.
Yes, we
That's
can do
fine. We'll give you a chance to do that before.
I will check, Your Honor, and good afternoon as well. I will check what was sent to our previous motion that we filed to exclude certain portions of Ms. Latner's 911 calls as well as CAD reports. And we already itemized that, but I could check it. No problem.
Okay, well, hopefully Mr. Atkins is checked too and knows what comes in and what doesn't.
And I believe that Mr. Smith as well forwarded some exhibits that he intends to introduce with the crime scene technician that he has coming up after this witness. What was that?
So they're actually, Your Honor, from body cam.
Who's that?
But it's a still shot? Or
They're screenshots from body cam.
Who's the witness?
Detective Stark. Stops.
That's not the next witness or the next witness.
I need to review what they sent over.
Okay, who's going to be the next witness after? Professor or Dr. Pitts?
Dr. Pitts, it will be CST Porter.
Porter?
Yes, I think Montgomery might be the name on there.
Okay. I mean, I don't see that name on here, but there it is, Montgomery. Okay. So Montgomery and then who?
We have Miss Latner's coming, we have Miss Smith coming, and we have,
So is
Yeah.
Miss Latner's going to be right after Montgomery?
no, in fact, it's going to
Okay,
be.
I guess what I'm asking is, could you give me in them, in order, kind of who you expect for the afternoon?
Dr. Pitts, crime scene tech, Montgomery Porter, Miss Smith, Officer Collins, Miss Latner's,
Okay.
and Starks if we reach Starks.
All right, great. All right, and whatever evidence is going to come in through those witnesses has been shared. Is that accurate?
Whatever. Say that for me one more time.
Whatever evidence is going to be introduced through these witnesses has been shared?
Yes.
Okay, and as far as we know, the only thing that somebody still needs to look at is that listen to is that 1911 call.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to review I understand that there were some stills that were apparently sent over. I need to look at that. From a body cam. That's the first I've heard of that. So I need to look at that, Judge.
Okay, and the stills would be with what witness?
Starks.
Starks.
The
Okay.
last one.
All right. Okay, so we've got 3 witnesses plus the one on the stand to get through before them. So y'all should have some time to do that.
I'll review them,
If there's
Judge.
any issue with it, just let me
I'll
know.
bring it to the court's attention. Thank you.
All right, anything else before we get the witness back and the jury in?
No, I'm just sending over the.
Great. All right.
All right, so she's come back in, but again, I'm really tired of this witness. So I'm going to skip Brown's direct and we're going to pick it up at Max's cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I just want to ask you a couple questions about your work on January 26th
Okay.
at 1007 Hill Street, okay?
Okay.
All right. And if you need to refer to your reports, just let me know, and then that's fine. But we just need to, for the record, just make it clear that you're referring to your report, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. As I understand, you were the crime scene technician on that scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and were you the only crime scene technician on that scene?
Yes.
All right. And I understand your testimony is that you took a large amount of photographs and also collected shell cases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're at a crime scene working as a crime scene tech, do you dictate your actions or do you follow the responding officer? How does that work?
It's based off of my discretion. The first responding officer really just briefs me during that initial walkthrough of what they've uncovered, but no, they do not tell me or lead me on how to process a crime scene.
And these shell casings, I believe your testimony is you've collected 65 shell casings, documented and collected 65 shell casings from that scene. Is that correct?
Yes, based on my notes. Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking for an exact measurement, but with your fingers, I guess, could you show the jury how large these shell casings are?
Are we able to pull up a photo so I can make sure that I'm referencing the correct shell
Certainly.
casings?
I believe it's the batch labeled GG.
Is it starting with 1 GG? Okay.
I know that there's some photos in there of different shell casings.
Maybe about this big.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, and they're made of metal,
Yes.
and the surface of these shell casings are smooth.
Yes, I guess. I'm not an expert in the manufacturing of shell casings.
Okay, well, when you collect them, do they appear to be smooth, the surface?
For the most part, yes.
Are you familiar, as part of a crime scene technician's role, you're trained to collect fingerprints?
We are trying to process for fingerprints.
Okay, and thank you for that correction. When you say, you corrected me, I said collect, you said process. Could you explain what you mean by process?
So when you're processing a surface for fingerprints, there may not be a fingerprint that's even there to collect. And so in terms of saying collect, therefore there's something that you brought to the surface and you're adding lifting tape, and then you are physically collecting that print off of that particular surface, and you can actually take it with you and
Is
turn it
there
over.
another process? Is there another way to process for fingerprints that involves the use of super glue causing prints to rise?
So that is called cyanoacrylate, and yes,
And that process, cyanoacrylate?
correct.
Okay. The process using cyanoacrylate, that can be used on shell casings, correct?
Yes,
Okay. The 65 shell casings in this case, were they ever processed for fingerprints using cyanoacrylate?
cyanoacrylate, no, they were not.
Okay. And were they processed for fingerprints using any other method of processing evidence for prints?
Let me refer to my report. According to my report, no, I turned them over to the APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other defense counsel with questions for this witness? All right, any redirect? All right, thank you so much for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Y'all see how he got up? Well, thank God, we're finally done. Brown jumped up, like, that was crazy. I'm also looking into, while they do that, I'm looking into the Fonnie Willis news right now. I'll fill y'all in a second.
I'm just wondering why this person's not walking in the door right now. Y'all, the other person's been out, and there's no harm in them passing by each other. I actually, I mean, I'm not trying to be a stickler, but any little bit of time we can save, everybody would appreciate it.
Bringing their witness, and it looks like I've never seen this attorney at all. So this is someone else from the prosecution's office.
LaShantis Porter, LaShanTise, last name Porter, Porter.
Porter, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Ms. Porter, did you change your name? Did your name change?
Yes,
And what did you go by for?
Hill,
Where do you currently work, Ms. Porter?
Atlanta Police Crime Scene Unit,
And how long have you worked for APD?
for 19 years.
Can you tell the jury what your current role is?
I am a crime scene director for the Atlanta Police Department.
And what are some of your responsibilities in that role?
I ensure that the crime scene technicians are doing their jobs properly, processing evidence properly, collecting evidence properly. I also manage our customer service section where they do background checks.
That's so funny, King ATL.
How
I
long
told
did you
y'all
work
Atlanta's small.
For 3 months.
In 2014, strike that. Yeah, in 2014, what was your position?
A senior crime scene technician,
And what were some of your responsibilities as a senior crime scene technician?
responding to crime scene calls, processing evidence, and assisting with training new hires.
Now, it's kind of important to distinguish. Are you a member of law enforcement?
Yes, however, I'm a civilian employee.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Now, Director Porter, I want to draw your attention to December 26, 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes,
And on that day, how long had you been working as a senior crime scene technician?
I believe about 2 to 3 years.
And were you on shifts or on call?
We were on shifts at the time.
And what was your shift?
I was 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone.
So on December 26, 2014, were you dispatched to a shooting scene at 1097 Harwell Road, Southwest?
Yes,
Now, was this a business or residential area?
it was a business,
What business?
the Blue Flame.
Have you been to this business before?
Shout out to the Blue Flame.
At the time, I'm not sure if I had.
Is this business located in Fulton County?
Yes,
Do you know what time you were dispatched?
I was dispatched at 9:29 p.m.
Now, what was your job when you arrived on scene?
My job was to process the scene by taking photos and collecting the evidence that needed to be collected.
Now, is there a difference between searching for evidence and collecting evidence?
Yes.
What is that difference?
So if you're searching for evidence, you're combing the scene, looking for items of evidentiary value. Collecting, you have located those items and you are now collecting them for processing and submissions.
Did you search for any evidence in this case?
No, I didn't.
Did you collect any evidence in this case?
Yes,
What did you collect?
I collected 7 shell casings.
And where did you collect these shell casings from?
The shell cases were located in the parking lot of the business.
The Blue Flame.
Yes,
Did you happen to take any photographs?
yes, I did.
About how many photographs did you take?
I took 63 photographs.
That's the photograph. Took your photograph.
Repeat the question.
Do you recall? Do you recall where you actually took photographs that night?
They were toward the bottom, maybe toward the street of the parking lot.
And the shell casings that you collected, were they all of the same type?
No,
Did you take any prints from the casings?
the casings were processed for prints, but there were none of value lifted.
All right. What did you do with the shell casings you did collect?
Once they were collected and processed, they were submitted to our APD crime lab for ballistics analysis.
Did you perform any ballistics testing?
No,
Now, what did you do with the photographs?
the photographs were placed on a disc and sent to our photo lab.
Do you recall the case number of this particular incident?
No, I don't.
Would looking at your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look at that. Once you have a moment to look at it, look up at me. Okay. And what was that case number?
It was 143602137.
Now, would your crime scene report have the same report number as the APD report number?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as 33 Delta, Delta, Delta through 96 Delta, Delta, Delta. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And these have been previously served. All right.
Look at those.
So this is their witness. She's a crime scene tech. And they're asking her questions about one of the incidents that she went to. A civilian crime scene tech. I don't even know what the hell that means. A civilian? I don't know.
Your Honor, may we approach? Can I approach
Yes.
number-
Okay, it's a little bench conference. We got some TiVo time, so we're skipping all that. Let's see, when do they come back? Right around here. Okay. Is that a wedding ring? Miss Love is married, y'all. What's that relationship like?
So there's a relevance objection to essentially, I guess, all of what the witness might be about to testify to. And Mr. Smith, you were trying to sort of explain the relevance, and if you can just do it here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, these shell casings that were collected at 1097 Harwell Road, this location is just down the street from Club Crucial. It happened December 26, 2014, and it produced a knifing hit to 2905 Springdale Road, which occurred on January 28, 2015, one of the other cases that the state has presented evidence on.
Okay,
And so, Your Honor, as we're talking about the shootings and the violence that has occurred throughout this investigation, the shell casings, the fact that there is this knifing hit, it just shows various locations. We're not going to say this person had it in their hands, but the fact that there are knifing hits to locations that are in close proximity to locations where we know where we...
You cannot make this up. What the hell?
Where?
I have no idea why it's doing that.
Wow.
Testing. Where we know that other instances that have involved the groups of people that are an interest in this gang war have been seen and apprehended at. We believe that it's relevant because it tends to show that this particular firearm was used in at more than one location and more than one incident. So the connection of the locations by shell casings. It's not like it's 2 years earlier or it's 20 miles away. The proximity and temporal proximity of the locations are what we believe make it relevant.
All right, and which group is it that is alleged to, that you, the state's theory at least, committed this, you
So-
said Springdale Road in this?
Yeah, so 2905 Springdale Road, yes, on January the 28th, which was,
Right.
and Your Honor, we are not going to always in each case be able to say this
Okay.
person had this gun.
Right, but I mean, was this alleged to be two YSL shootings
No,
or?
The 2905 Springdale Road, just one
Mhm.
second, was.
I rebuke.
January 28th. Was the location of Miss Antrevia. Is the location of one of the witnesses that we have.
That's Springdale Road.
Yes.
Right, and who is alleged to, or which group is alleged to have committed that shooting?
There was, during interviews, there was an allegation. The groups that were alleged to have been involved were the groups that are listed, YSL and F Gang. But
Okay.
I cannot say,
So for the Blue Flame and then for Springdale Road, is YSL the group alleged to have committed those shootings?
not for Blue Flame, we don't know, but the Springdale Road, there was an allegation that YSL committed the Springdale Road shooting.
Okay.
We don't know who committed the Blue
So
Flame.
why
but
are
we
we-
do know that the shell casings that were at Springdale Road were also fired at the, they are
why are we
producing
talking
night
about
matches to a location just a mile away from Club Crucial, in the latter part of December 2014.
All right, and is this Club Crucial, or not, I'm sorry, is this Blue Flame shooting anywhere in the indictment?
No, it's not that it's in the indictment. It's just that it's the proliferation of violence and the location of the amount of violence caused by these weapons that have been used in these various shootings, we believe is relevant.
Okay, and is the weapon that matches both of these also, was it found in the possession of anybody who's alleged to be a YSL co-conspirator?
No. Let me make
What?
sure about that. Hang on.
Yo.
Y'all even have the weapon that these two things match?
No, we don't have the weapon. We have casings, but not the gun in this
Okay.
particular case.
Oh my God.
And
I'm
so
not
we don't,
focused.
and we're in showing the back and forths, we're showing the amount of shootings.
Okay. So I know that for a lot of the different incidents, there is a theory that, there is one shooting by one gang against another, and then the other gang retaliates against the first gang, and it goes back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Is the Blue Flame shooting alleged to have been any part of that back and forth, back and forth?
We don't have that. We don't, in as much as we don't know who committed that, all that we know is that the weapons used there were knife and hits to.
Okay. So you just want to show that I assume we'll have some evidence that in some way ties YSL to the Springdale Road shooting, and you want to be able to show that somebody involved in that might have been involved in some other shooting, just to show that they shoot things up a lot.
Well, the count one of this indictment alleges exactly that.
Okay, but this isn't an overt act in count.
Oh my God. So count one of the indictment is just conspiracy to commit RICO. What's happening right here, guys, is the gentleman sitting next to Love, the younger guy, was just questioning the witness who works for Atlanta PD, right? So it looks like they were about to talk about some crime scenes at the Blue Flame, and I forget the other place right now. But they were just about to talk about that. Now, it is uncovered. And here's the other thing. This is how you can tell Love is a control freak, because that kid sitting next to her is supposed to be answering these questions when it comes to relevance, and he's not. She took over. This is a relevance objection. Now, what we just found out, and the judge asked Miss Love, okay, did anybody here, any of these 6 defendants in the room, were any of them responsible for the Blue Flame shooting? No. So what are you trying to show? Why is this relevant? Why is her testimony going to be relevant? Well, it's relevant because we want to show that they shoot stuff up a lot. Do you have the actual gun tied to those shootings? No. More debauchery, more debauchery. Let's see how this plays out.
One of the indictment, right?
No, but it's
Okay.
it's not an overact. No, the blue flame, no, but it is. I guess our position is it doesn't need to be an overact to be proof of something that we are showing. It's
Okay. Has there been any prior notice about this? Any argument that it's 404B or intrinsic?
well, we have not.
Yes or no?
No, I don't think we have. No.
All right, I'm going to
But this-
sustain that relevance objection.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm going to exclude it based on relevance, 403, lack of notice.
Yeah. Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
well, Your Honor, in as much as it has produced a knife and hit and that they have known, we have provided that information from day one. This is not something that has been kept. And in as much as it is a firearm that has been used in a shooting that we believe was committed by and perpetrated by one of the, or at least a member or associate of the enterprise that we're talking about for a reason.
Okay, well, I asked you if you had anything that tied this gun to a particular YSL co-conspirator, and you said no.
I'm sorry, we said that 2905 Springdale Road is a location that we have heard from interviews that a YSL person shot up. We don't have a particular YSL person. And the fact that that same firearm was used less than a month, about a month earlier at a location about a mile away from where other YSL shootings occurred, we believe that makes it intrinsic. We've not argued, the court asked us, had we argued that? We had not argued it, no, but we do believe that it's intrinsic, it's definitely relevant. The jury could draw the conclusion that this same firearm was used in a different location. It would then be part of the evidence showing the nature of the enterprise that is described and alleged in count one. So in as much as the relevance, we believe, is that this firearm that we believe was used by a YSL member is used in another location, showing the level of the type of violence, showing the nature of the acts committed by the enterprise, we believe that it certainly meets the very, very, very low burden of relevance. And we believe it meets it. It's more than, the small burden required to be relevant.
Okay, well, maybe relevance wasn't the right.
And in as much as it's intrinsic, there's not notice that's required for intrinsic evidence. Evidence is just proving an element of count one. So there's no 404B analysis. There's nothing that has been argued or that suggests that somehow this would cause the jury to convict either of the defendants on grounds other than those alleged in the indictment. So we believe that it's relevant, pertinent, intrinsic, and admissible, and should not be subject to that extreme sanction of exclusion, given that this is something that has been, this particular knife and match, this particular information has been
oh my God,
defense since the beginning of this case back in 2022. So we would ask that the court not exclude this information. And
we already ruled on it.
Is going to take a very long time. We have 2 photographs that we're going to publish. We have, I think, about maybe 30 that she took, but 60 that she took, but 2 that we were going to publish.
Right, well, maybe I misunderstood a little bit about what Mr. Smith was saying at the bench. It sounded, and that may be my fault. I thought he was saying the night and match was something that just got learned this week.
No.
So that was my misunderstanding. No. Maybe you just meant, I don't know what you meant. So you said something about things that had just occurred this week.
Well, we just put these witnesses back on the list. But no.
Okay. So I'll hear from the defense.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of irrelevant police reports that are included in discovery.
Talk into your mic,
There
please.
are many, many irrelevant police reports and irrelevant incidents that are included in discovery. So just because the state put in discovery and we didn't jump up and down, doesn't all of a sudden make something relevant or pass 403. Your Honor, what the state is not telling you, and quite honestly, I don't think they're being a little misleading. The 2905 Springdale Road address,
yes,
that's in Trivia Smith's house. No one was ever charged with that. There's no solid evidence whatsoever The state wants to say, oh, well, we believe YSL is involved. They didn't say a name. They didn't say anyone that's allegedly did the shooting. They have no idea. And, they also know from the discovery, if we're being honest about it, in the discovery, there's several references to Shell Kell shooting up 2905 Springdale Road. Nothing's funny about this. And the reality is they have no clue. The police have no clue. No one was charged with it. And now they want to bring in a separate incident that involves a man, it appears from me reading the police report, a man, Mr. Strozier, who's targeted outside Blue Flame, waiting on his wife to cash out, probably a robbery. Mr. Strozier has no relation that I know of to either YSL or If Gang or anything else that would suggest this is a back and forth shooting between the two groups. This has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly. Contrary to the belief, I guess, by counsel for defendant Stillwell regarding the information that we provided to the court heard me say, and I maintained what address was at that location. I started to say the name and chose not to say all of it, but it is alleged at that time that she had begun seeing Kelvin Watts. And this is the precipitation of the providing of that video where we see Antonio Sledge and Quindaria Zachary saying, we ain't going back and forth. She provided this to the police after this shooting, right after this shooting. That's how she interfaced with Detective Dennis. So while a member of YSL, I think Mr. Zachary said something to the effect of, well, somebody said Shell Kell shot it up. But at the time that this shooting happened, she was dating Mr. Watts. And so there was, it was said sort of sheepishly, the court can hear it, it'll come in, I believe, during other testimony. But the idea that I'm certain there would be a desire that everything that we put in here is considered irrelevant, but it's not, simply because an assertion is made by, one of the accused that it's not relevant. It is in fact relevant. It does not, there's nothing that warrants its exclusion. It meets the very low requirement for relevance, and arguments to the contrary don't take into account the information I believe we've just shared with the court. So no one has ever said anything about the victim in this case. We're not bringing up his name. We're not trying to say he has anything to do with it. But guess what? A lot of the other shootings that occurred, for instance, the location of Miss B, she wasn't an intended target. And that's one of the themes here. We see people who aren't intended targets getting affected by the violence that's perpetrated by persons on behalf of this enterprise. And so in as much as that person's name,
Do you have any evidence that the shooting at the Blue Flame was perpetrated on behalf of, at the direction of YSL?
Your Honor, the evidence that we have that we believe
Yes or
suggests
no?
that a member of YSL was involved in that is a knife in hit
Right.
to the.
Okay. A member of YSL was involved in that is not the same as it was done at the direction of, in furtherance of YSL.
And Your Honor, I
So
get that.
all you have is that the gun used here
Produced a
is
knife.
suspected to have, was apparently the same gun used at the Springdale Road location,
A
which
month
is
later.
suspected to have been done by a YSL member, but could equally have been done by somebody who's not YSL, under the theory that, I mean,
Your Honor,
it's
it's
the state's
circumstantial
theory,
evidence.
right? It
It's
is
a sta-
circumstantial evidence.
It is a
All right. Right. And I mean, yes, you can prove your case based on circumstantial evidence. You have a right to do that. But I do not find that this Blue Flame incident is intrinsic to
Thank
the
God.
issues in this indictment. So I am excluding it.
Good.
All right. So does that mean that we're done with this witness?
Your Honor, if the court's going to exclude
Okay.
that one, then we'll.
Your Honor, can we just have a instruction to the jury to just strike
Yes.
the testimony about this
Well,
incident?
they hadn't heard much of anything yet anyway, but yes.
All right, good.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that, given that the court has decided that it has not heard very much, there's nothing that's prejudicial to anyone that's been presented. We would ask that the court simply allow the state to have no further questions and move forward. They haven't even seen the photographs. And so to strike the information, there's nothing that has been
You wasted
in any way
everybody's
that
time.
could, they consider harmful. So we'd ask that.
Well, it's not harmful, but I mean, we don't want to be confusing the jury, so I'll just tell them to disregard it. You can certainly put her back on the stand and say, thank you, no further questions, but then I'm going to turn around and say, disregard all that testimony. If you want me to say it in a way that you want to come up with a particular way for me to potentially say it, I'm willing to consider it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The court will allow
Anybody
us.
need to use the restroom while we're on break anyway? Yes, okay.
Your
Think
Honor,
about it. Well, let's try to take, yes, sir.
and when you come back, or can do it now.
We can do it now.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the court asked me some questions regarding any objections I have to a
Yes.
911 call.
Yes.
I'd like to be heard at the court's
Okay.
pleasure.
Yeah, that's fine. If we want to do that now.
We want to
Break
craft
and
it.
then-
Yes,
yeah.
yes, please.
Okay, we'll break. We'll do the crafting of the instruction. We'll take the 911 issue up. You can let the jury know it'll be at least 15 more minutes. All right, y'all try to get back here quickly so we can deal with these issues.
We have TiVo time. So I'm going to skip ahead. Bring us.
Are
court-
removing-
The court is removed. I don't know what, state?
Okay, what's going on?
What's the we? Court?
Concerned with about, anybody have any suggestions? One thing that I have a concern with about it is just the use of the word "we."
The
Are
court-
removing-
The court is removed. I don't know what, state? So, what, so we?
Is that the one in green?
So, yeah, that's the one in green, Your Honor. Would the court mind advising when the court says the problem is with the word "we"? I don't have a problem with any pronoun. The state court, I don't know. This court is
hang on,
removing.
I haven't gotten anything from y'all, Mr. Steele, and it may be that you just sent it to Ms. Pursfield and she'll be in here in just a minute. You want to just
And
tell
you're-
me what it is?
Your Honor, it's reads, ladies and gentlemen, you are hereby ordered to disregard in its entirety the testimony of the last witness. State may call the next witness.
Okay, I mean, I was just going to say you are to disregard the testimony of the last witness, but I understand if you want some sort of a reason why, but it's not.
Your Honor, if I may, the other thing is, Your Honor, where the court asked us specific questions, and I understand that what the court's ruling is regarding relevance and the admissibility of that evidence. We asked in a second email to the court that it was just a follow-up. It was the same thing. It was just a follow-up with a parenthetical at the bottom that the court allowed, should the state have additional information to present to the court regarding this matter, that we may ask for reconsideration. And that is the only reason that I asked that the court tell the jury that the court, whoever the court wishes, it's being removed. The evidence of incident.
Who cares?
14,
Had she already said the incident number?
I believe she had, didn't you have? She had, that is all that she had said. I think did she say? Yeah, she had said the incident number and location. She had never said a person's name, and we had not shown or published any photographs or tendered any photographs.
All right, I'll hear from anybody as to this.
Your Honor, I just would like the instruction that we gave or asked for in writing. If you don't have it, it's what I read out. And
I'm just going to say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness.
okay.
That way, the at this time's in there, and if it comes up later, great.
And the bigger problem
Thank you, Your Honor.
with this is the state is saying we have evidence from somebody that they never disclosed to us. We've asked for expert reports. We've gotten zero. And that's been the problem the whole time.
I'm confused now about what you're talking
sure.
about. Evidence of what? Evidence that a YSL member committed the Springdale
Yeah. So it's,
thing? Well, I don't know that that would be an expert.
well, what they're saying is gang experts go out and interview people, but we don't have any of those interviews. So we're just, trusting the word of Miss Love. And that happens all the time because we don't get an expert report by saying, why is the blue flame linked to this crime, besides just a random hit on a computer database. But that's besides the point. I understand we have a jury. We don't want it. I don't want it to read. We don't want it to read the incident. It sounds like the court is saying that it happened. It has something to do with this case. We just want to say disregard the witness's testimony. The state can call its next witness.
That's it.
Let's get that jury out. Oh, gosh, you're right. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Short attention span sometimes. Was there something else on this, Ms. Love, before we move to the 911?
No, Your Honor, the court intends to get the
I'm just
instruction.
going to say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness.
Thank you. And whenever Mr. Matthews has this.
So Judge, good afternoon. There's a 911 call that is going to be planned to be introduced by the state.
Mhm.
It's from a March 12th, 2020 theft of a vehicle call. Your Honor, I have had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call. And based on the 911 call, Your Honor, it's our position that that call is a testimonial call that would be excluded
All right.
under the confrontation
All right,
clause.
then I need to listen to it. Do you know how long after?
It's
the
about a
incident?
minute or two,
Oh, no,
couple
no,
of
no, I
minutes.
meant how long after the incident it came in?
How long after? Oh, yes. So according to the 911 call, it was, the caller said that over an hour ago, the theft took place.
All right, I'll take a listen.
Okay.
If somebody can cue that up for me.
While they're queuing it up, Your Honor, I would submit that when you listen to the call, it's not going to indicate that it's thwarting an ongoing crime. It's not going to be to seek any assistance in any situation involving immediate danger. And the callers, Chandler Durham or this other person, hasn't been called as a witness. We've never had an opportunity to cross-examine this person at any prior proceedings or anything of that nature. So this will be the first time. So that's what makes it, in our opinion, testimonial. And the cases that I'd like to cite for the court is going to be two cases, Pitts versus the state, 280 Georgia, 288. That's an 06 case. It's been cited several times. It was one of the recent sightings on it was McCord versus the state, 305 Georgia, 318. It's a 2019 case.
All right.
This is not a present citizen impression call that you're about to hear, in our opinion.
Mr. Atkins is queuing that up for the court.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911, operator 7434. What's the location of your emergency?
500 Bishop Street,
500 Bishop Street. You need police, fire, and ambulance.
Suite C.
Suite C, you need police, fire, and ambulance.
Okay,
You need police, fire, or an ambulance?
police.
And that's
Like
Suite
police
C,
report.
Charlie.
Say that again?
It's Suite letter C, Charlie.
Yeah, two letter C as in Charlie, yeah.
Okay. Is this a business, a house, apartment?
It's a business.
What's the name of it?
Sonica,
Sunoco. Okay. What's going on at Sunoco? Why you need an officer?
stolen car.
Your car was stolen from this location?
Yeah, well, not my car, one of my clients' car was stolen.
Okay. What color is the vehicle?
It's a black vehicle.
Is the owner of the vehicle there?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Can you ask him what year it is
2019.
and what type of car it is?
It's a Dodge, a Hellcat red eye.
So is that a Challenger or a Charger?
Challenger.
You said Hellcat?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have the tag number available?
1 second.
Do we have a description of the person who took the vehicle?
No, I don't.
When was it taken? Today?
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago. What time it is? So about an hour. I guess it's been about an hour. I guess a little over an hour.
This is your first time calling?
Yep.
Okay. The vehicle owner, what's that person's name?
Hello.
Yes, it's Atlanta 911. May I have your name?
My name is Chandler. First name Chandler, last name Durham. Durham.
Okay, Mr. Durham, what's your phone number?
404-502.
Those of you, tell me what you're wearing, what color shirt and pants?
I have on a black hoodie.
Sorry, I had to skip that. I'm trying to get in
Black
trouble
hoodie,
again.
green sweatpants. So you're black, white, Hispanic, or Asian male?
Black.
And will you be inside or outside of the location?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you have the tag number to your vehicle?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
And is it registered in the state of Georgia?
Yes. I'm not sure if I can.
Do you see the VIN number? You have a VIN number?
Let me look on my insurance. I might have it. See if I can find my code. No, I don't have the VIN number.
Okay. So by the time the officer arrives, you'll need the VIN number or the tag number. I would advise you to go ahead and call your insurance company and ask them for it because they'll be able to give it to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the caller initially says, I don't know if the court heard it, but I heard it, says, need a police report. It's number one. There were two callers on the call. One was the owner of the business. The second one was the victim of the theft of the vehicle. And that description that the court heard, that was the description of Chandler Durham, who says, I have
Right.
on a black hoodie, I'll be
Yeah.
outside, so
Seems
forth.
like they
When the-
switched the phone over.
They switched the
after
phone
a few
over.
minutes to say, for him to give the details.
Right, and Durham says, hey, I have a black hoodie
Yeah.
on, green pants, I'll be outside when the police get there. So the police get there and then they do some further questioning. So in our, based on the law, Your Honor, this is a testimonial call. It doesn't involve a present sense impression, Your Honor. The court heard the call. And it was over an hour after the theft of the vehicle. So it's not to thwart an ongoing crime. And it's not to seek any assistance in a situation involving immediate danger. They don't know who took the car. They have no other information other than the car is gone when they discover it. So they call in to make a report, have a police officer come out there. Thank you, Judge.
I hear from the state.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, clearly this call was made to report the theft of this person's property. He's not trying to implicate anyone, to get anyone in any trouble for any kind of litigation. He's trying to get his car back. And the only thing that he's describing, I believe in all of the cases that we've looked at to, or at least previously with the court's predecessor, when the court was evaluating whether or not it considered a call to be testimonial. And for the purposes of future litigation, it involved a situation where, for instance, someone called to report not an ongoing emergency, but he's violating his probation or something like that. In this case, Judge, the man's car had just gotten stolen. Even if maybe he had to walk around the parking lot for an hour, and it's really gone. But the fact remains, it was gone, and he was trying to get it back. He didn't give anyone's description but his own, and he's telling them, "I'll be out here waiting on you." So I don't believe that this falls into the category of testimonial, and we believe that it should be admitted, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any case law about, because it's not to report a crime in progress. The crime already occurred. And it maybe, we don't know whether they just discovered it, even though it occurred in 30 minutes to an hour ago or not. We don't have that information, but it's not a crime in progress and it's not to avert immediate danger. It still also may not be something that anybody objectively would know would be used in a future prosecution. They don't seem to be saying, we think it was, the big bad wolf who stole my car. We're just saying my car is gone. So do you have anything that covers that kind of a situation in case law?
Your Honor, I can be with the court's permission, getting it while we're putting up other pieces of
All right, she's not our next witness anyway, right? Ms. Latner's. Okay.
Right.
All right. I will, understanding what the issue is, get back to y'all with a ruling before she takes the stand.
Thank you.
Okay, so do you have your next witness available?
Yes.
All right, let's get the jury out.
Your Honor, while the jury's coming in, can you just also, I just want to put on the record, because you excluded that last one, that's also on the NIBIN chart, if that could be removed by the state.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's not in evidence yet, right? The NIBIN chart?
Put a NIBIN chart in evidence.
Are you going to ever?
Not that includes something that the court excluded. Nope.
Okay, well, make sure that it gets removed from the chart, even if the chart gets used as a demonstrative.
Yes, Your
Thank you
Honor.
for bringing that to our attention.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the jury.
Jeez. All right, let's skip some of this while they come back in.
I'm sorry, hold just a second. We need the witness to be excused again. Can we ask you to step back out for a second? Oh, well, but stay really close because we might need you in here again. Just stand at the door for us.
Jeez.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. We're requesting that this not be filmed.
Okay, is there any issue with that? I don't know.
Detective Starks.
Y'all come on up here.
This is so annoying.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I figured, is that nobody said before he walked in as the next witness.
Yeah, we just saw him. You're gonna request that he's not on camera,
So-
he's not filmed, but we just saw his face. Are so sloppy.
And honestly, y'all, even y'all keep skipping around. You will tell everybody it's going to be witnesses A, B, C, D, and E. And then it's witness A, witness E, witness D, witness B. I mean, y'all can't keep your order straight either. He was supposed to be the last witness of the day.
At 1:30, when we came back from lunch, he was listed as the last witness of the day. And y'all can change it around if you want to, but
And not only that, Your Honor, but circumstances obviously change and we have to adjust, and it's.
okay, well, I mean, I cannot help the fact, he also, I don't think, was listed on the media
Do not film
email
list.
from
Yeah.
last Friday.
Your Honor, we're.
Probably because you didn't know that he was going to be a witness this
Right,
week, but
right. We know that he was going to be a witness. So we're asking, Your Honor, that he not, that his face not be.
y'all knew he was going to be a witness this morning, and you don't bother to think about, oh, by the way, until he's already here on the stand being.
Your Honor, if the court remembers, the reason that we give a list of a number of witnesses is so that we are not in the position, that we will not be in a position like yesterday where the court is admonished that we are not to have no one out there. And so as we arrange and rearrange,
I'm not faulting you for not having him on last week's list because things changed, but I am saying that if you have concerns about a witness being filmed, then please raise it maybe that morning, if that's the first you know you're going to call that witness, and not after the witness is in the courtroom and has filmed.
I don't disagree.
Okay,
I
because
don't.
there is nothing I can do
I
about the
know.
fact that he was filmed. So with regard to further filming of him,
We are asking that he not be further filmed.
Okay.
Please.
and I
Thank
think
you.
that given the reason given, that that is reasonable, so I don't have a problem with that. Anybody have a problem with that? Media does not, that are in the courtroom, defense attorneys, nobody has a problem. All right, fantastic. And that, what have we been doing? Just last initial?
We, with respect to the name, I don't think that we've been concealing the name. We've just not been showing the faces. So I don't, let me make sure about that because,
What is in the order says that anything that displays the name, display first initial, last initial. So
Yes,
y'all
that
have
part.
as well. Okay, and then, but audio is fine, right? Just not the victim, I mean, the witness's face,
Right.
not the witness's name.
right, thank you.
All righty, so let's stop the filming, get him on the stand. Hmm? I don't know. Oh, I think so. Beats me.
Oh my God, I've been talking forever. And that was so good. I'm saying shout out to Trainwreck Entertainment with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys. Looks like Law and Crime is trying to get their stuff together for a little bit. They say, AV, we're convinced that the DA's office is purposely doxing people to get YouTubers that are critiquing them taken down. They're not fooling us. What do you think? I think it's possible. I wouldn't put it past the DA's office. But at the same time, they've made several mistakes, like with phone numbers and things like that. I mean, I'm on it now. As soon as I hear a phone number, it's like 404, click, 404, skip. Gotta have a trigger finger.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice that there's a different witness in front of you right now. And I'm going to instruct you at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness. If you'll swear this witness for us.
Yes, I'm Javaria Starks, Jarvarious. Last name is Starks, Starks.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, where do you work?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
I've been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department since 2012.
What is your current position with APD?
I'm currently a detective with the Atlanta Police Department.
Back in November 2020, what was your position?
I was a detective.
What are some of your responsibilities as a detective?
I investigate things such as robberies, auto thefts, entering autos, burglaries, shoplifting.
And are you post certified?
I am.
And have you maintained that post certification throughout your career?
I have.
I want to turn your attention to November 24th, 2020. Now, did you respond to a call at 4275 Walton Crossings, apartment 3216?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And what is this location? Is it apartment, business, what is it?
It's an apartment complex.
And was it a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment that you responded to?
I believe it was a 1-bedroom bathroom.
Now, can you orient the jury on why you were called?
Yes. So I responded to the location to assist with a search warrant. The warrant was for a person and for ammunition, guns, and cellular devices.
Now, when you responded to the call, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was transported to the apartment complex with Sergeant Price, and we met other people there, the people who actually executed the warrant and other members of my team.
Do you typically travel with a partner?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Now, you mentioned that you were there to aid in the assistance of a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you arrived at the location, were you assigned to a specific area to search?
When I arrived to this apartment, I started searching around the bedroom and closet area of the apartment.
Why did you search that area?
When I initially came to the apartment, I was escorted in, and they showed me stuff that was already found, so I just started that way.
Did you find anything in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
In the closet, I found a rifle. Also located in the closet inside of a shoebox, I found a shoebox with a driver license and passport and other cards that belong to Chandler Durham.
Do you know who the residence was of this apartment complex? Or
I believe it was a female. I don't remember her name.
what did you do with the items that you found?
The items that I found, I gave it to Investigator Belknap because he was the lead investigator on the search warrant.
And did you or Belknap prepare the search warrant for that residence?
Investigator Belknap prepared the search warrant.
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you wearing body camera that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as 6-3 Paul, and 4 Paul. Take a look at these.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
It's a rifle that I located in the closet and the ID of Chandler Durham that I located in the shoebox was inside of the closet.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the items depicted on your body cam that day?
Yes, sir.
Your time to state moves to admit 3 Papa and 4 Papa.
All right, those are admitted.
I'm now going to publish 3 Papa. And Detective Starks, what are we, tell the jury what is depicted in 3 Papa?
Yes, sir. It's an ID of Chandler Durham that I located within the shoebox inside of a closet.
And what else was in that shoebox?
A passport, I believe some debit cards, credit cards of Chandler Durham.
You may.
What is going on over here? Why is it so quiet? What just happened?
Know who the residence was of this?
What is that? Why is it like just not? Okay, something must have happened with their audio or something. What just happened? Okay, it's back. Oh, crap. Why do they? Yeah, somebody's ID.
I notified Investigator Badnap and he took collection of the evidence.
Did you do anything else?
No, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that for replay crew. Let's see, I'm saying this for the people that are watching on replay. When the stream is done, I can trim those parts out. So know that I did it. That's 2 things to edit today.
Detective Starks, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey in these proceedings.
Yes, sir.
You have been a police officer with Atlanta Police Department since 2012?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were part of a team that conducted a search warrant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I understand it was in November 24th or so, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were not the only person that was there doing the search warrant, correct?
I was not the only one there. You're correct.
Okay. My understanding is that you did not prepare a report, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. And my understanding is that there were a couple items that you just testified to and you talked about that you located, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have arrest powers, right?
Yes.
You have the ability to take out warrants for people when you believe that something awry has happened and a crime has been committed, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at this jury and can you tell them that you took out a warrant for a rifle found at this particular location for Mr. Marquavius Huey?
I did not.
You had the ability to do it, right?
Yes.
You did not.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the items in the shoebox. The items that you just talked about, you're not aware of any of those items that we just talked about being the result of any crimes that you took out a warrant for on November 24, 2020 for Mr. Marquavius Huey.
I did not take out any warrants dealing with the apartments or contacts in the apartments.
You had the ability to take out if you believe that a crime had occurred with respect to these items that were located in a shoebox, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this was November 24th or so, 2020. Did you take out any warrants in 2021 for these items that you just talked about?
No.
Did you take out a warrant or anything of that nature in 2022 for the items that you just talked about?
No.
And to date, you've not taken out any warrants for any items that you found with respect to a rifle located at that location, correct?
You're correct, sir.
And the same would be for the items that you just talked about with respect to the shoebox, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about a couple other things. So this would have been a November 24, 2020 search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you locate a 5-star gold ring at this location?
No, sir.
Did you locate a bracelet, a gold bracelet or necklace or anything of that nature that you collected at this location that you believe was part of the type of crime?
No, sir.
Let's talk about, I think in the search warrant, Detective, you talked about a need or desire to look for cellular phone information at that location, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you locate any cellular phone that would belong to anyone that would be the name Gary Holloman?
I located a cell phone on the couch.
Right.
And I turned it to Investigator Belknap. That's as far as I went with the cell phone. I didn't try to find the owner of the cell phone.
Okay. So there's one cell phone that you said you found. To your knowledge, as you sit here today and you look at this jury, you have no knowledge or information that a cell phone belonged to a Gary Holloman, correct?
I found the cell phone on the couch. I don't know who it belonged to. And I
Okay.
turned it over to investigator bad now.
You have no information or evidence that any cell phone was found owning, belonging to a Domitia Coppage, correct?
You're correct. I don't know who the cell phone belonged to.
Okay. Just 1 second, Your Honor. Beg the court's indulgence. You did not locate strike that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Detective Starks.
Yes, sir.
Any other defense questions? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, any redirect? Go ahead.
Detective Starks, was this your case?
It was not my case.
Okay, whose case was it?
Investigator bad now.
And for a search warrant to be valid, does it have to contain information if the evidence of crime is likely to be found?
Sustained.
What does a search warrant have to contain in order for it to contain evidence, that information? Strike that. Let me ask a better question. What does a search warrant have to contain? Does it have to contain information that evidence of crime is likely to be found at the place to be searched?
Again, Your Honor, that would be a leading question and also foundation.
Sustained.
Detective Starks, did you prepare the search warrant in this case?
I did not.
And as a detective, did you assist Belknap in the preparation of this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Did you assist? I'm sorry, who?
Objection to vague as well.
I'll rephrase that.
Okay.
What additional steps did you take in the execution of the search warrant?
The execution of the search warrant, I searched.
But I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. Additional steps.
I don't know about additional steps, overruled.
I searched and I advised investigator Belknap of my findings inside the apartment.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you for your time. You may step down.
Oh, yeah, have a nice.
Do y'all have a relatively short witness? Like an hour or less? Okay, bring them on. Okay, y'all approach real fast.
Okay, gonna skip.
All right, you can call that witness. It's so much shorter.
Your Honor, state's gonna call Officer Christopher Collins to the stand.
Raise your right hand. This is my first testimony.
Yeah, it's Christopher Collins. Spelling on that is CHRISTOPHER, and last name is COLLINS.
And Mr. Collins, were you formerly in law enforcement?
I was.
And how long ago were you in law enforcement?
I think I left being a police officer in 2019.
And when you were a law enforcement officer, how many agencies did you work for?
2,
And what were those agencies?
City of Atlanta and the Roswell Police Department.
I want to take you to your time as a City of Atlanta Police Department, with the City of Atlanta Police Department. When did you work for the City of Atlanta?
2013 to 2016.
And when you worked for the City of Atlanta, what ranking did you have?
Just police officer.
Did you work in a specific zone?
Zone 3.
And did you work a specific beat?
Yes, 13. It's 13's beat in zone 3.
And generally, where is that beat located?
That's like the furthest southeast you kind of get in the city. It's like if you were to cut like a pie of the city of Atlanta, start at Turner Field and go south.
What main roads were in the 1313?
Cleveland Avenue, Browns Mill Road, Jonesboro Road. I think 285 actually cuts through the bottom of it.
You got permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 124 triple C and 1 triple E. Tell me if you recognize what's in State's exhibit 124 triple C and 1 triple E.
Okay, triple C, that's 295 Springdale Road. It's a apartment complex. And then the other one is a house off of Ruby H. Harper, which is right near Browns Mill Road, near the old Atlanta Police Academy.
And looking at State's exhibit 124 triple C, is the location of Springdale Road, is that in the 1313 beat?
No, that's in 311's beat.
And is it 311, is it 313 or 1313?
1313, so when you like it would be 313's beat.
Okay.
So the 1 means morning watch. Just going off of my basic memory from when I was a police officer. But yeah, that would be 311's beat.
And then
That's 13.
1 triple E would be 313's beat.
Correct.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of streets?
Oh, we went
first
in,
of
Petty.
124
She's
triple
wearing
C,
leather.
That's in 311's beat. And then for 1 triple E, that's in 313.
Correct.
You're in this time of state would like the tender as a demonstrative 124 triple C and 1 triple.
Okay, 124 triple C and 1 triple E. They're admitted.
And first, I'd like to publish 1.
And I do have the Diddy news up as well. It looks like his bail was denied.
Because we're having technical difficulties.
I think.
I want to direct your attention to January 11th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to a 3424 Ruby H. Harper Drive?
Yes,
And is that in Atlanta, Georgia?
it is.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was a shots fired call. I believe there was property damaged. There have been
And did you
weapons
respond to that
discharged.
location with any other officers?
Yes. I want to say Officer Lucky responded with me.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Officer Lucky responded with me to that one.
Okay. And if you can recall, what occurred when you responded to that location?
Without referencing my report, I know that there was a couple vehicles that had been damaged and a little bit of the structure as well.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived?
It would.
Got permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 triple E.
Okay.
Tell me if you recognize 2 triple E.
I do. This would be a police report that I wrote that's been printed out.
And we'll look at that report, help you refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived at 3424 Ruby H. Harbor Boulevard.
Yes, it would.
Okay, you can take a moment, look at it, and let me know when it helps refresh your memory.
Okay, yeah, this helps. I'm ready.
Okay. Do you recall what time of the day would you have arrived at that location?
That would be, this report was submitted in the morning. So let's see. Yeah, this was, looks like the report was submitted at 1:06 a.m.
Okay, and I'm apologize, you said you worked the morning watch?
Yes.
What was the time of the morning watch?
I want to say I got there at 10, left at like 6 or 7 in the morning.
So morning watch starts at 10 o'clock PM
10 p.m. Yeah.
and goes until about 6 or 7 AM?
Yes.
When you responded at about 1 o'clock AM, what did you see when you first arrived?
That there was like basically a couple vehicles that had been damaged, and I want to say the front door of the house had been shot as well.
Okay. And you said a couple cars have been damaged. Does your report indicate what cars were damaged?
Yes, it does. An Econoline van that's a Ford van, and then a Chevrolet Caprice.
And where were those two vehicles located?
In the front yard?
And did you also say that there was a door that had been shot?
Yes, front door.
The cars, what if any damage were on those vehicles?
It was the windows were broken, and another one had been shot in the front door. So it was a window and a front door of a car.
Now, while out there, were you able to see any shell casings or projectiles? And are you looking at your report to help refresh your memory?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. There were 24 shell casings, 9mm and 40 caliber that were there. They were in the street directly in front of the house.
And was there anyone home when you first responded to the location?
No, there was not.
When you responded to the location, you talked about being in the front of the home. Did you go anywhere else to check to see if anyone was there?
Yes, we checked the backyard and the surrounding area.
Now, were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
How were you familiar with that location?
I believe I've been on several 911 calls there in the past.
And were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
I was.
Okay. And who were the individuals that lived at the
Your
location?
Honor, I'm going to object to the extent that it calls for hearsay.
How were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
Previous 911 calls.
And those 911 calls that you responded to?
Correct.
And when you responded to those previous 911 calls, did you interact with the individuals that lived at that location?
Yes.
And did you become aware of them through that interaction?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the individuals that you knew that lived at that location?
You had Rodney Sturkey and Thaddeus Bush.
And without giving me their full data, what was the year of birth of Thaddeus Bush?
1967.
And what about the year of birth of Mr. Rodney Sturkey?
69.
The cars that were in the driveway, did you do anything with those cars?
Yes, we like ran them and through GCIC to see who they were registered to.
And were you able to determine who the cars were registered to?
Yes.
All right. And who were those cars registered to?
Objection, that would be hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, were you familiar with any relatives of anyone, or were you aware of any relationships of anyone who lived at that home?
Yes.
Okay. specifically Mr. Bush, were you familiar with any of his relatives?
Yes.
Okay. Who, maybe not familiar with, were you aware of who he was related to?
Yes.
Who was he related to?
Objection, foundation, and possible hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask, how were you familiar with Mr. Bush and who his relative? I'll withdraw that question. While on scene, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses? Without telling me what they said, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. Were they able to provide you information about the incident?
Yes.
Were there any other cars that were in that area that were not damaged?
There were a few cars in the yard that were not damaged.
Did you have anyone else come out the scene to assist you with that investigation?
Yes.
Who came out?
My supervisor and a crime scene technician came out.
Who was the crime scene technician that came out?
I'm gonna have to spell the last name.
Okay.
Flemister.
And let me ask you, what was there a case number associated with this report?
Yes, there's always a case number.
What was the case number that was associated with this report?
Looks like it was 15013 012300.
Okay. Now, when you were on the scene and you know that it was shots fired, did you do anything to ascertain if there were any victims of any shooting?
Yes, that's searching the yard, trying to make contact with anybody inside. And then we also call, or at least have 911 call the local hospitals to see if anybody came in, like if anybody brought themselves into the ER.
At any point while you were on scene, did either Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey arrive on scene?
I believe they did.
Okay. Do you recall if both of them arrived or one of them arrived?
If I can look at my report, I can let you know.
Sure.
Mr. Sturkey looks like he arrived on scene.
And were you able to speak with him when he arrived on scene?
I was.
And was he able to, provide you any contact information for himself or for Mr. Bush?
Yes, he provided contact information for both.
Were you present when a crime scene tech was processing and collecting the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. After the crime scene processed the evidence and you wrote your report, did you have any other involvement with responding to that location?
No.
I want to direct your attention to January 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2905 Springdale Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did.
And why did you respond to that location?
I believe there was a shots fired call at that location.
And what time did you arrive to that location?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head without referencing my report.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
Let me make sure. No, I don't. This is not, I mean, I know the person that wrote it, but that's not mine.
I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong report. I apologize. Okay, now looking at 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
Yes, I do. This is a report I wrote.
All right, well, that helped refresh your memory as to what time you responded to 2905 Springdale Road, 2905 Springdale Road on January 28, 2015.
Yes, it does.
What time did you respond?
Looks like 12:16 in the morning. So just after midnight.
And why did you respond to that location?
Shots fired, apartments were damaged by gunfire.
Now I'm going to publish for you State's Exhibit 124 triple C. No, 124. Okay. We have to remove the bars. And looking at 124 triple C, if you could just orient the jury to what we're looking at as Exhibit 124 triple C.
Sure. To the north is well, it's older now, but at the time it was a newer Walmart on Cleveland Avenue. And then you go down Springdale Road, this apartment complex would be on your right. And if you kept driving south on Springdale Road, you'd hit like the airport parking lots, those types of like park and ride places. 85 is to your east, and then Sylvan Road to your left.
Okay. And is this the location that you responded to back on January 28, 2015?
It was.
Did you respond with anyone else?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
Officer Robinson.
And what did you find once you responded to that location?
There were four, I would say they're like apartment / townhouse style living, but there were 4 units that had bullet damage to them.
And did you have the occasion to go in and look for the damage at the 4 apartments?
Yes, we checked all 4.
And when you first arrived, did you encounter anyone?
Yes. There's no way to know how many 911 calls came in, but at least the one that got dispatched to us, we met with that 911 caller.
And do you recall how soon after you arrived on scene that you met with that 911 caller?
Almost instantaneous.
And was that 911 caller able to provide you any information about what had occurred?
Yes, I believe that 911 caller had video surveillance that he showed us.
And did you look at the video surveillance?
I did.
And based on looking at the video surveillance, what if anything did you do after looking at the video surveillance?
After we looked at it, we basically like analyzed that there was a silver, like mid 2000s Chevy.
I'm going to object to the hearsay. And the best evidence.
I believe that he could testify to what he saw on the video surveillance camera.
Are we gonna have, you watched it, you looked at it?
Yes, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
okay, overruled.
So tell us, what did you see on the video surveillance camera?
We saw a silver, like, I guess you would look at it closely as like a mid 2000s sedan, like a Chevrolet Impala sedan. It's like a cop car. It's a very common car.
And what did you see? Tell them what you saw in the video surveillance.
We saw a 2000s silver Chevy Impala.
And did you see this?
You see
the
it,
Chevy Impala do anything?
it drives by and shoots at the apartments.
Okay. Are you able to see anyone inside of the Chevy Impala?
It's impossible to make that out in the video.
Okay. And in looking at the video, were you able to see where the Carter shots were being fired from?
I don't think it has that much detail.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to whether or not you saw?
It would.
Okay.
If you want me to read it, I can. Okay. Yeah, in the report, it says that there is shots being fired from the front and the rear of the passenger side of the vehicle.
And after watching that surveillance video, were you able to see yourself, if there were any shell casings out in front of 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes. We recovered quite a few shell casings. If you want a specific number, I need to read for it.
Okay.
There were 17 9mm casings recovered in the parking lot.
Can you speak into your mic? 'Cause I don't think I
Sorry, there were 17 9mm casings recovered from the parking lot.
Once you were able to see the video surveillance, what, if anything, did you do regarding the Impala?
We would have put a lookout over the radio for the Impala, see if it was involved in anything else.
To see if there was what?
See if it was involved in anything else, alert other police officers if they happen to see it driving by.
Did you do anything to determine whether or not there were any gunshot victims from this scene?
Yes, checking the apartments, calling the local hospitals, doing all of that kind of.
Now, you said that you went into each apartment. I want to start with the first apartment. Do you remember what the apartment number was for the first apartment?
That one was P1.
Okay. And was there anyone at home at the time of the shooting?
Yes, that was the. Yes, that one was occupied.
Okay. And who was in the apartment?
Last name was Anderson, and two people with the same last name, Anderson.
And what year were they born?
1950, 1951 and 1947.
And was there any damage to their apartment?
Yes, no one was injured. In P1, there was just property damage to the structure. So the home had been shot itself, like walls, doors, etc.
And you said there were holes. Was there 1, 2, 3, or 4 holes within their structure?
There was, it looks like, one bullet hole through the front bedroom and damage to an interior wall. So it may have been from the same projectile.
After leaving that apartment, did you go to another apartment?
Yes,
Which apartment did you go to?
apartment P2.
Who resided in apartment P2? Or did anyone reside in apartment P2?
Yes,
Who resided in apartment P2?
last name is Mack, M-A-C-K.
And was that the same individual who was the 911 caller?
It was.
All right. And did anyone else live in that apartment with him?
Yes, his girlfriend, last name Curry, C-U-R-R-Y.
All right. And what was Miss Curry's year of birth?
1997.
Okay. What, if any, damage was there to that apartment?
In the report, it says there were several bullet holes into apartment P2. No property damage except the structure.
At this point, that the witness not read from his report, if it needs to be used to refresh reflection, that's fine.
All right.
Sure.
So just, if it helps refresh your memory, read it, and then if it refreshes your memory, you can testify from your
Got
memory.
it.
All right. Were there any projectiles?
I'm gonna have to read to give you the specifics on that.
Read it, and if it refreshes your memory, then you can let us know.
Got it. Yes, there was one projectile that was located inside the apartment.
Now, after leaving that apartment, did you go to the next apartment?
We did.
And was there anyone occupying the third apartment?
I'm gonna have to read really quickly to refresh my memory.
Sure.
Okay. No, that was unoccupied at the time of our arrival.
Did you enter inside the apartment?
We did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you find once you went inside the apartment?
I'm gonna have to refresh my memory by reading real quick.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready for your question again.
Sure. Was there any damage inside of that apartment?
Yes, it looked like there were 2 TVs that had been damaged, and we did find a projectile. The back door was unlocked. 2 TVs downstairs were on.
And what was that apartment number?
That was apartment P3.
And then did you go into the fourth apartment?
I did.
And what was that apartment number?
P4.
And was that occupied by anyone?
I'm gonna have to read to let you know.
Okay.
Yes, that was occupied by, it looks like 2 persons.
And who were those 2 individuals?
I'm gonna read them real quick. Apartment P4, last name was McCurdy, MCCURDY, and the other last name was Daniel, DANIEL.
And what was the year of birth of McCurdy?
1970,
And what about Daniel?
1989.
And was there any damage to that apartment?
I'm gonna have to read really quick to let you know. Looks like a bedroom mirror and some of the walls were damaged. We located 2 projectiles there.
At any point while you were on scene, did the occupant of apartment P3 arrive on scene?
They did.
Okay. And who was the individual that arrived on scene?
I believe the last name was Smith.
And were you able to speak with that individual?
Yes,
And was she able, without saying what she said, was she able to provide you any information that assisted you with your investigation?
she was.
Now, did you have any crime scene techs come out to the scene?
We did.
Okay, which crime scene tech came out to the scene?
Sanders was the last name.
And were you the officer that directed her to all of the damage and projectiles that were found at the apartment complex?
I was.
After speaking with Ms. Smith, talking to all the other residents of the apartments that were damaged, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
Okay.
Officer Collins, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yeah.
My understanding, you arrive at the scene and one of the residents shows you their surveillance video.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. At 2905 Springdale.
Sure.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you viewed that video?
I did.
Were you the only officer to view the video?
I couldn't remember. This is from several years ago.
I understand.
I
In that video that you watched,
mhm.
there appeared to you to be one car involved in this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that one car that appeared to be involved, according to the video, was a silver Chevrolet Impala or a similar car.
Yes, the taillights are awfully specific on that car, so that's what it looked like to me.
Okay, but it was definitely silver.
Could be a variety of gray. It could be anything.
Okay,
But
gray or silver.
sure.
Sure, okay. And that video that you watched,
hmm
did you collect that video?
I have no idea. I mean, if it's listed there as being put in like on a thumb drive, then sure. when a case like this typically happens, it gets assigned to an investigator, and they would be the ones to retrieve it, or a crime scene tech, not necessarily the responding officer.
Would you have, if you didn't collect it, would you have alerted the investigator?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, and do you personally know where this video is now?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other defense counsel questions? Nope, nope, nope. Any redirect? All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
And we're going to adjourn for the day. So I think y'all may know we have a somewhat, just slightly late start in the morning. Y'all may not know. 9:30, one of your number needs to deal with something early in the morning and believes that they can be here by 9:15 or 9:30. We're just going to make it 9:30. So all of y'all make your arrangements for us to start at 9:30 in the morning. Don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't allow anybody to discuss it with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts of any sort. And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you. Still come at, y'all can. All right, I think that for us, we might still come at, y'all can sit down. At 8:45, because I feel like we maybe have things to go over. I know Mr. Steele just sent several new motions in limine. Y'all should have your witnesses ready to go at 9:30. Is there any issue remaining with witnesses? I know Ms. Love, you updated us over the lunch hour, I believe, with when and where there was notice of the newly re-added witnesses. Is there any issue about anybody now? Okay, all right.
If we can just have some idea of what witnesses they plan to call on tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any update on Ms. Zachary?
If he's out tomorrow, we're gonna put him
Okay,
up tomorrow,
yeah,
but
so that one is just kind of an unknown. If he gets released, he's gonna come straight here, it sounds like.
Wow.
that's the intention.
And beyond that, who do you think?
Beyond that, Your Honor, these are subject to being called. These are the ones that we have in line. We have Ms. Coppedge, Jenkins, Bowers, Kelly, Tullis.
Hang on, slow down just a tad. Everybody's sort of jotting it down. All right, so this is who you expect to be lined up calling tomorrow.
This is who we have lined up. And if we don't have Mr. Zach.
Understood. Okay, so can you run through that again a little more slowly?
Yes. Miss Latners, I should have started
Sure.
with her.
All right.
Miss Coppedge. Jenkins. Crime scene tech, Jenkins. Bowers, also crime scene tech. Former GBI analyst Kelly. Crime scene tech Tullis. Former, oh wait. And we are confirming some other people. We don't want to
Kiera, y'all are crazy.
speak out of turn, but I believe we have a couple others that we are confirming.
Okay. Y'all had mentioned Montgomery before as a maybe today witness. Is that going to be a maybe tomorrow witness, or is that the?
That was Montgomery Porter.
Oh, Montgomery Porter. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind. Okay. All right. Does that work?
That helps.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so I just feel like if I tell y'all 9, we'll have 45 minutes worth of things to deal with instead of 30. So let's plan on 8:45. Yes.
Can we, I believe that Mr. Atkins had introduced or intended to introduce a specific exhibit 38. Yes, please, go ahead. He'll address it.
Your Honor, I just wanted for the record, for identification purposes, Supervisor Trigo, who testified this morning, he referenced his report, and so I wanted to introduce for identification, it's his crime scene record, so that it's in the record as 32 Delta Delta Delta. I didn't have the exhibit sticker on that when I showed him this crime scene report. So I just wanted that to be in the record.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right, that's admitted.
And Your Honor, the last thing I wanted to ask, just because we just discussed it, is would the court permit if the state finds specifically on the CAD report and 911 call that the state, Mr. Matthews, and the court were just discussing for a 5-minute argument in the morning if the case finds an appropriate case to share?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your
Sure.
Honor.
And would the state mind, I'm going through the in-camera on the communications between the state and the various attorneys for people who have pled. Do y'all mind getting me the executed plea acknowledgement for whomever y'all sent me over the correspondence for? Because I know it's somewhere and I could probably sort through and find it, but if y'all could just get them to me easier, because I've got sort of the drafts going back and forth, but I don't know what the end results look like.
I will. I think that we filed them in Odyssey. Do we?
And I'm sure that
Okay,
they are
we'll get
somewhere,
them.
but
We have them. We will give the court
that'd
that
be
signed
great.
copy. Yes.
That would be great. Thank you. Anything else before we close for the day? Okay. All right, so take a look at, and I don't know how soon we're going to get to the various things that are addressed in Mr. Steele's motions in limine, but take a look at those in the event that any of that is anything we're going to be getting to soon. All right, I'll see everybody at 8:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, another long day in court.
Yeah,
It
and
is
y'all
over.
at some point, you might want to just make sure that the evidence up here is in order.
Okay, that concludes trial for the day, guys. Wow, what a long one. I fixed my camera, so that's good. But there's just been so much going on. I mean, between the Diddy stuff, this stuff, it just never ends. Let me read our super chats. And if you are going to duck out right now, we will actually be starting a little bit earlier tomorrow. Today I had something to do, but this tomorrow morning, I have the sound engineer helping me enhance the sound as much as possible. So, I'm meeting with him really early in the morning, and then we can start the stream a little bit earlier since the jury's going to arrive at 9:30. And since they have stuff that they're going to be going over, that will be good. Now, tomorrow could be a big day because if little D is released, he's supposed to be released from the hospital tomorrow. If he's released, then even though they have that witness list, he's probably going to be the priority witness. So just know that. And it really depends on his health and how that's going to work. So tomorrow could actually be a pretty huge day. So you're going to want to make sure that you tap in. Shout out to Cindy, who became a member. Welcome, Cindy. Shout out to LaShawn with the 5. Says thank you forever for breaking everything down. Thank you for breaking everything down for us. Thank you so much, LaShawn. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with the 5. Says stay starting to mess already this morning. No show. Where are the witnesses located? So unprofessional as usual. And I mean, sis, are we surprised? Always. Shout out to D with the 5. D says, I'm officially ancient today. And I can remember the state actually had to have evidence to take the case to trial. Yeah. They have to have evidence before they can take the case to trial. They're supposed to work with law enforcement before they can even bring charges and also before they can indict. Thank you so much, D. Shout out to Raymond with the 5. Says, can you hear a judge repeat, I guess? That's a strong indication that she hasn't a clue what's going on. That's a good point. I really like that one. Shout out to Unique Mate with the 5 says, why do we feel like witness Butler is about to scream, nah, girlfriend. Okay, I had to read that for a little bit. I'm like, what's happening? Shout out to Raphael, who became a member. Shout out to your stream sponsor, Legally Shay, with this super generous super chat. And she also started a channel, guys. Let's check her out when we have some time. Shout out to Star Wars Iron Giant, who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Star Wars, and congratulations on your sobriety. I saw that in the chat, and I will pass that along to Edgar. Shout out to Daryl, who became a member. The Little Gaming Channel, another one of your stream sponsors. I caught this one earlier too. Shout out to Mindy with the 10. She says, hey, sweet lady, make sure miss you and Lead together. I hope Lead is on the mend soon. You're doing an awesome job with your channel. Thank you so much, Mindy. That means a lot. You know, it's very difficult doing it by yourself, but when you have a co-pilot, we fly better together. So I will keep you guys posted, but I try to check in on him every few days. So thank you so much, Mindy. Shout out to Lee with the 5 says, the little channel that could is growing every day. Well done, AV. We appreciate your hard work. Hey, good morning, chat. Hope you're all having a great day. And Lee, if you're still watching, it could be late where you are across the pond. So I hope you had a good one as well. Shout out to Kevin, who gifted a membership. Very nice of you, Kevin. Shout out to Fangirl Jen with the 5. Fangirl says, I still want to know what was in those emails with other lawyers about plea agreements. That Love is so scared for the defense to see. That's what the judge just mentioned. She's going through all those emails right now. And in addition to going through those emails, the other thing that's that she just asked Miss Love for at the end of the day was the original plea agreements for all of those folks. So all those people that pled out, she wants to see those plea agreements. And I don't blame her. I mean, after everything that we went through with Moomtoon, it is important to see. So that should be super, super interesting. Shout out to Little Gaming Channel. I caught this one too. Shout out to Scott with the 5 says 0.3 grams. Do you guys remember that? They done found RICO in them. I mean, all of our marijuana smokers or marijuana users were like, are you serious? Like the chat was outraged at that. 0.3 grams. Crazy, crazy work. Thank you so much, Scott. Shout out to Michelle with the 5 says, love the stream. Much appreciated your quick response. Only you could still be beautiful in a wife beater. Shout out to TLGC. We were sharing the same dream. Yes, we took that stream down. I did go live twice on Monday, guys. I went live on our regular scheduled trial, and then with the whole Diddy thing, I did like about an hour and a half late night on Monday. So it's been a long week, and it's only Wednesday. Shout out to Trucker T, who he gifted the 5 memberships. I saw when you dropped that. Thank you so much, Trucker, for expanding the community. Shout out to Practitioner Her with the 5. I just want to say, lock us out the chat, AV, to get the likes up. But thanks to Trucker T, I'm in the thing. Yeah, Trucker T, look at that. That's a great example of gifting a membership, and look at how Practitioner Her is paying it forward. She is now a member. She's been a subscriber of mine for a really long time. She's been around just as long as Trucker T. So thank you so much, Practitioner Her. Shout out to Swamp Living 24/7 with the 20. Swamp Living says your lipstick is popping, AV. Yeah, women have been asking me about my shades every day. This is actually a good combo. It's like a little Milani. You know, I'm gonna start bringing them. It's in, you know, there's a lip oil too. It lasted all day. So it's pretty great. I'm just gonna, as soon as I put them on, I'm just gonna keep them on the desk. So if you guys ask, I will be available to give you your shade colors. Shout out to Trucker T with the 10 says the names must be maimed. Shout out to AV's Feats. Yes, these are all jokes from the lead attorney side that we have bought over here. Thank you so much, Trucker T. Shout out to Anthony, always with the great questions. Hits me with the 20, says AV into pop culture or just in breaking news last night. LOL, I don't know how you do it. Doing Diddy, RICO with his dad. Bring your dad, AV. He mentioned state RICO claim in Fed's RICO indictment. Is such reference allowed or prejudicial? I'm a little confused with this question, Anthony. Are we talking about Diddy's dad? Or Diddy's dad involved in one of the cases? I did hear something like that, but I'm a little unclear on the question, Anthony. So I'm sorry I couldn't really answer that one. But I will look into it. And if you ask me again tomorrow, you don't have to send a super chat. I'll try to make sure I answer your question. Thank you, Anthony. Shout out to TLGC with the 20 says, I almost finished yesterday's stream. Okay, I read this one, so I'm gonna skip that one. Shout out to Anthony again with the 5 says, how many different calibers, number of firearms based on forensics, any cases tied to other crimes? Yeah, this is around the time we had, I forget, this was like in the afternoon. They were talking about like bullets, shell casings being involved from 2 incidents, but one of the cases wasn't tied to YSL or something along those lines, but it was crazy. It really was. Shout out to TLGC with the 10. He says he need to go see an ENT today. Yeah, I gotta keep your super chats like up fast because it's usually like in the moment type stuff. Thank you so much, TLGC. Anthony with the 5 says 3 days of testimony from love is torture, battering. Has anyone remembered the needed rest after having the flu, pneumonia? I don't recall. Yeah, I think this is Little D. Little D is probably going to be on the stand with her for years, and poor thing is sick, Shout out to TLGC. I did read this one when it came up. I did read this one as well. Shout out to Mulatto Gato with the 2 says, it ain't leather, it's pleather. That's right. Green Eyes is another one. I got to pull these up in real time. Green Eyes says, showed up just in time. Hilton pulled out the leather skirt and I got my money gun ready. In hashtag Magic City Hilton. Yeah, she is she's sporting that leather for sure. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. Green Eyes hips to me with another 5 says, oh no, Hilton got the Beetlejuice jacket and Wizard of Oz heels on with that leather dress. When you dress this bad, I just know her fingernails dirty. This one, Green Eyes for the win. Little Gamer Channel's back with another 10 says, AV obsessed with leather. She will figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. That was crazy. Shout out to Victoria with the 5 says, I know it's not allowed, but do you think the jury sees/hears outside of the court what's really going on? Yes. They live in Atlanta. It's small. Everybody's talking about the YSL trial. Everybody's talking about it. It comes up everywhere you go. Like when I first moved down here or down there, it was interesting because I saw like people just walking around like Publix with free YSL shirts all the time. Like you see it. And this is before this case was being publicized, so craziness. But thank you so much, Victoria. Shout out to Audrey with the 5 says, AV, you are holding in laughter. Yeah, usually I do that. You guys know my faces now. Shout out to KW with the 5 says, I need an around the way attorney. Around the way attorney. That's the one for me. She's the only one for me. I need an around the way attorney. KW silly. Thank you so much. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with another dub says I'm taking bets. I did read this one. Shout out to Life Unscripted who became a member. Welcome, Life Unscripted. Green Eyes with another one. Here he is. He says Christy dressed like she does this, represented all that melanin the right way. I don't know what she is about to say, but I believe everything. Yeah, no, Christy was a soft-spoken witness, not aggressive, super feminine, complete opposite of love. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much, Green Eyes. Shout out to Way Too Many Me's with $1. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Green Eyes back again with the 5 says, all jokes aside, Christy got that voice and demeanor that just makes a man want to take care of her. Totally opposite of Magic City Hilton. You read my mind. That's where I think that's where you were going with it. Shout out to TLGC with the 20. He says, did she just say notes? Dumb shreds his. Oh yeah, we remember that. Shout out to Full Drinking Half Thinking. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Full Drinking Half Thinking. Appreciate you. Shout out to 2 Minute Approve. Good to see you with the 20 says, I have nothing to say. Yeah. Hilarious, right? Thank you so much. 2 Minute Approved. Always great to see you in chat. Shout out to Green Eyes again with the 5 says, you need to speed this up because if we continue any longer, Dr. Pitts is about to be Dr. Dijon. Dr. Dijon? I don't know. I'm tired, y'all. It's been a long day. Shout out to Trucker T. Brooklyn with another 5 says, Charlie, say Charlie, Charlie, Charlie in 1.5 speed and you'll start laughing. Yes. I mean, we all heard it. Confused Conservative became a member. Welcome to the squad, Confused Conservative. T House became a member. Welcome, T House. Green Eyes back with another 5 says, shout out to AV looking good, rocking the natural hair on No Wig Wednesday and Rebuke Thought Thursday. I'm so done with you. You like think these up in the morning. You're like, I'm gonna kill them in the morning in the chat. I love it. Thank you, Green Eyes. Shout out to Bam Bam Lynch with 2 says she like Kamala talks in circles till you forget. Oh my God, that was unbearable. You know, I can handle Love's glitching in the middle of the day, but at the end of the day, it's like, come on, come on, come on, you know? So thank you so much, Bam Bam. Shout out to Barb Loves Alaska with the 10 says, could this judge letting this circus continue until she has solid ground under her feet to call for a mistrial? You know, I think she's starting to really, really get sick of Love stuff. Like, you know, constantly not having witnesses ready, all of those things. She was actually pretty firm with her today. So shout out to Whitaker. I think she's learning, but will she call it mistrial? Probably not. I think she's going to keep letting it continue, but maybe we get to the point where she just gets frustrated and like stops allowing certain things to happen. So thank you so much, Barb. Shout out to Tiff with the super sticker. Thank you, Tiff. Shout out to JC with the $2 says, what is the chance that Love is on drugs? 80%? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The glitching, the scrambling, the scraping. I don't know. I have no idea. Thank you so much, JC. Shout out to Tiff with the 20 says, sit downstairs, Love. I teach over there. Everyone is smooth over there during the day. The children and I have had to run inside from recess due to gunfire. Oh my gosh, that is crazy, Tiff. I'm sorry that that's happened. Super sorry that that's happened. Craziness. Shout out to Trainwreck with the 50. I did catch this one. Shout out to Miss AT Alien Stan with the 5 says, I would make sure the defense tells him he was being filmed, or Sylvia probably went out and told him. Edit his picture out too. This was a setup. Thank you so much, Mrs. AT Alien. I think what I'm going to do is definitely edit my stream because I'm not trying to get in trouble with YouTube anymore, because you never know. You never know. Because we even saw, so we had the detective's face being shown when he did not want his face being shown. And then the second thing is a few minutes later with his testimony, there's a friggin' ID shown. I'm like, what is happening in that courtroom? Thank you so much, Mrs. AT Alien. Shout out to JJ who became a member. Welcome, JJ. Shout out to Green Eyes back again with the 10. Says, oh no, I've been roasting the DA this whole time. They're about to take me down. If it's my time to go, just don't let it be by the leather skirt. They need to let sexual chocolate live. I'm so done with you. I'm so done. Shout out to a girl from Texas 87 with the 5. How you doing, sis? She says, asking the jury to disregard a testimony is like asking someone who walked in on Bay smashing a random in your bed and asking you to disregard. Seriously, how do you forget that? The jury's not going to forget. Thank you so much, a girl from Texas. Shout out to Jay Eller with the 5 says, I feel Love is trying to get cameras and filming excluded from the courtroom. She's hoping the judge will decide it is more trouble than it is worth. I think you guys are kind of right on that suspicion. Several of you guys have been mentioning that. Thank you so much, Jay Eller. Shout out to Candy Yates. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. I modded you up today, so thank you so much, sis, for all the continued support. I meant to do that, but sometimes I have to see y'all's names in the chat and like do it right away. So you had reminded me earlier when I saw it, and I was just like, oh, let me go in and do that. I've been meaning to do that for a while. So thank you so much, Candy. Shout out to Star Wars Iron Giant with $1. Thank you so much. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Appreciate you. Shout out to Widowed Girl Boss with the 10 says, this is ridiculous. It always is. Every day. We are not surprised. Thank you so much, Widowed Girl Boss. Shout out to Chi-Town with the 10. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Chi-Town. Chi-Town has been amazing these past few weeks as we've been covering the trial with gifting memberships, just being super supportive. Really appreciate you, Chi-Town. Anthony with the 2 says, the lawyer you know stream. Oh, TL. Yeah, the lawyer you know. I haven't watched this stuff in so long. When I'm streaming, guys, and editing and working, I don't have time to watch people's stuff like I used to, you know. But I do try to pass by when I can, you know. Shout out to Anthony with the 2. He says, geez, my bad. The lawyer you know. Oh, okay, that was a typo before. I'm sorry. We'll get that cleaned up. Thank you, Anthony. Shout out to E. Capone, who's been a member for 7 months. Look at that. He says A to the V. What it do, Professor? Thank you so much, E. Capone. Hope you are doing well on the West Coast. And then he hits me with a $5 cash chat or super chat. Thank you so much. Shout out to Tashika with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Tashika. That wraps it up for my super chat squad. Let me come to our Cash App crew as well. Make sure I caught all of these. First up, I have Full Drinking and Half Stinking with the 20. Thank you so much. No, well, there is a comment. It is coffee, right? Because y'all know I'm gonna need that in the morning. Y'all be fun. Y'all be funding espresso. I'm telling you, like usually I have like 2 or 3 in a day, but I've been cutting back to 1. So the coffee in the morning is a good thing. Thank you so much. Shout out to Liz with the $1 says, can you do a segment of how much the YSL trial costs? Yeah, you know, we always poll you guys on content. And I think we definitely need to start seeing how much this is really cost the citizens of Fulton County, because it is an expensive ass trial. So thank you for that idea. We'll definitely look into that. She sends me another $1 and says, people are searching for data on the YSL trial costs. Yeah, you know, I think it's a valid concern and question. And if people are living there and voting for this stuff, and it's election season, we need to know. We need to know how much it costs. That would be a fun question for Fannie at a debate. Hey, how much does that cost to be the citizens of Fulton County? Shout out to Michael Love with the 80. He says for dinner, salmon and yellow rice. You know what? Thank you. Because as soon as I'm done, I'm going to head to the grocery store and that's what I'm going to buy. Thank you so much, Michael, for making sure I eat and take care of myself. And of course, another one of my favorite pillars of the chat, always supporting, always just being super, super supportive. So I appreciate you. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 10 says, thank you for all you do. Hi, YSL Luna. I brought her in just for you. Usually I keep her out there, and she got walked earlier. The dog walker had mentioned that she got bitten by something. So I'm a little worried about her, but I'll check that out. And then Mango Gelato sent me another 10, which I'm not sure if I could read or not, but let me know about that a little bit more. If you want me to remove it, Mango Gelato, you know what I'm talking about. Just let me know. Thank you to Beth in Seattle with the $10. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Beth, I saw an email flagged from you in our mailbox, so I will make sure that I take a peek at it, but know that we received it and we will be in touch. Liz with another $1 says, I cannot believe what Hilton has unprofessional. I was going to actually poll y'all on that, seriously. Because you never know, you know, like, but I also think that it wasn't I don't look at that as a professional outfit, but at the same time, somewhere in her mind, she thought that was a great idea. Thank you so much, Liz. Shout out to Doug Right Side with the 10, one of my favorites. He says, you on fire, sis, keep it up. Thank you so much, Dub. And your comments, half of the time you say what I'm thinking as we're watching this case and in the chat. It's so funny. It is so funny. All right, y'all. Well, listen, we'll be here bright and early. I'm going to say probably around 9:45 start time. So that way we can, you know, have some TiVo time accumulated. I appreciate the fact that you guys choose me as a stream that you want to contribute to, stream you want to watch. You know, we've got a lot of great content coming up for you guys. I'm doing research on one of them right now, and it is the best of Max Shard. So editor 2 is working on that right now. We're going to chop all of those pieces up and then look at some of Max Shard's best moments, because y'all voted for that. Our members voted for that. And then we have 2 other videos that are coming up as well. So hard work happening over here, but we're getting it done. I will see you guys in the morning. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.